Hey, hold on, y'all. Y'all know I'm gonna go make some coffee now. I might be talking loud because I got my headphones on. Hello, everybody. Hola, hola. We door knocking today. We door knocking today. If you know, you know. Let me not put them by my water. Hey, everybody. I look crazy. It's okay. It's fine. Y'all, my family. Hey. Y'all having a good day? Hey, everybody. Hey, Kiva, Trina, Mr. Abstract. Everybody I missed. Danielle. Everybody. Hey, y'all. Hey. Hola, hola. Oh, y'all up high today because we on TikTok. We on TikTok. I figured we'll come over here because I want to talk to y'all about something. Thank you. I appreciate you. I really do appreciate that. I want to talk to y'all about something. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? I'm doing good. I'm doing real good. What's been so long? April, I don't be over here. We have class every day, just about. We almost at 1,500 classes now, actually. We're getting very close. Ooh. So, okay. So, how I look rested, girl, because I've been chilling. For real, for real. And two, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Remember, I haven't been able to see my couches in like 7 months, 6 or 7 months. It might be longer than that because of all of our giveaways and stuff, and the extra pieces and all of that. And it was boxes. My living room looked like a storage room, for real. It was crazy. And when my daughters came, there was a lot of stuff that was just like, you know, pieces of this and pieces of that. And my daughter works at a rehab, so I'm like, take all of this with you. They can use it. Like the rest of our journals and different things like that, they need them. So we sent Chris. I was talking about him on the rewatch room yesterday. He said he will use his superpowers for the CERCA family. Come here, brother. Mwah! That's on your forehead. We gonna need you. See? And why was I talking about superpowers until I went to sleep last night? Actually, you're all in the class. Give my brother a hug. Clock that team. Because Chris's superpower is that he's white, honey. The whitest of the white. And we love it. We love, thank you, Chris. You see? You see how that works? He's the white that can walk in to the bank and get a loan and walk right out. They don't even ask no questions. And we going to use this superpower. He said he going to use it for our family. Thank you. We need a lot more. If your superpower is being super white, we need you. We gonna need you in these next moments. So please and thank you. Come to the front. Tell him I love him. Hey, listen. We look at whatever your superpower is. The community is gonna need you. So just be try. I love that though. I love that he can take a joke too. But we serious, and he know he is. He know his sister's serious. He know. Hey y'all. So since you just came right in and took my class, well, not took it, put us right on cue because last night, you know how when little kids they be trying to stay up and they be like, this was me last night. That's what family do. It's right. That's right. And he let me spend some time with his wife too. Good time. He trusted me with her. That top tier. You hear me? He trusted his wife with me. And she's teaching me. So, because I got a whole bunch of stuff that's going on with these locks. I know it might be a process, but we going to have to talk, you and I, because I don't understand. I don't know what's happening. But I might have to combine some of these in the front because they're getting real thin. I don't like that. And y'all know I always got a ponytail. That's why I've been trying to do some other stuff. But I'm going to need some help because what's going on? Last night you read the Bible to your baby. Good job. Make it like stories. Tell the stories. You hear me? Tell the stories. But back to this, because Toya then came right in and put it on cue. So I watched, y'all know the viral video that's going around, the man talking about he was in a cult and, you know, all of the things that he endured. So I went and watched the whole thing on the podcast of Confessionals. Hopefully y'all did too. And then I started watching the one about the super soldiers. Who remembers CERCA talking about super soldiers when we first got on here? Anybody? Baby, I told y'all they was getting that DNA for a reason. The reason they be wanting them bones. And they've been making super soldiers since the 50s. Remember this book? Remember this one? This old book that we got to be very careful with. It's from 1912. 1912 is when a lot of the British and American and Europeans started to go into places like Egypt and started digging up, calling it archaeology, grave robbing. Okay. So 1912, y'all start grave robbing from giants. And then by 1950, y'all making super soldiers. Interesting. Interesting. They always make me think of X-Men too when they have Wolverine in that tank. Did you watch the thing? Because this is exactly what it was. Who remember? You said archaeology is grave robbing. I never made the connection. Absolutely. Because the stuff doesn't stay in Egypt. It doesn't stay in Africa. It goes other places. It's in the British Museum. It's in American museums. It's in museums in Russia, in China, and everywhere else. It's not where they found it, in Egypt. Oh, you got to watch it, Pumpkin. Because exactly what you said. Because we're going on. Y'all just going to stay in my business? Okay. So the second video was about the super soldiers. And who remembers me telling y'all that I love Jason Bourne? Right? Love Jason Bourne. Got Bourne Identity, Bourne, all of them. Okay? My ish. Do y'all know that the people, the GOV, had a super soldier program called the Jason program? You said what? You said, huh? When I tell y'all they be playing in our face. Because the Jason program was exactly what Girl, Sarah. Watch it for yourself. It's on YouTube. The Confessionals. Do you hear what I'm telling you? Do you hear what I'm telling you? Faith, I got them in there now. Baby, you can't tell me nothing about no Jason Bourne, honey. It's my dude. And how they would turn him off and on. Yeah, it's all in the video. I said, oh. They wiped it. And guess what else he said? I don't want to spoil it for y'all, but we going to talk about it. Listen, he said that's why a lot of the vets are sick. Because the shots. And then they. But the shots make other parts of the body deteriorate quicker. Yes. Yes. I said, this goes along with everything. Sure do. Let me go get my coffee. So yeah, y'all all in my business, both of y'all today. That's what we came over here to talk about. Which makes me, I've been trying to tell y'all what it was this whole day. Maintenance is supposed to be coming. Y'all know, listen, I had to call them. That bird is back. And when I walked out of my door today, it flew out of the coop. I could have fell down my stairs. That's not funny to me. This is a safety hazard. Y'all better come get this. So they might be knocking on my door too. There are also more than one set of records for vets. Exactly. You said the 12 series anthrax shots we got. Listen, sis, you need to go watch this today. Now, also, who remembers me telling y'all? So he also talked about hunting monsters and the super soldier one. Yes. You got those shots too? Mama V, you was in a, how many military we got? Or ex-military? Husband was military, wife, mama, somebody? I know one of my, both of the people that I know that retired out of it, they both have issues. So you were in the Navy. Interesting. You're a vet too. Oh, I don't know. You'll have to go watch it to see, Pumpkin. I mean, that's why you can go watch it now. Hold on. I don't know. I didn't pay attention to that. You got the first round. Dad was Air Force. Me, Army. What? Vet Mason Deacon. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. How you a vet Mason Deacon? Mr. Abstract, that middle part shouldn't be there, but okay. How you go vet Mason Deacon? Now, what is you now? Is you still a Masonic Deacon? Let me know, because I be in here talking about your peoples, because we about to talk about your peoples today. Chris is a retired Marine and now active Army Reserves. Interesting. Army. My cousin is Army, because my kids have so many issues. So that's the next thing we were going to talk about. Their children do too. Please take the time to go and watch. Now, I fell asleep on the super soldier one. Certain movement words can activate them. Girl, yes! They kept losing track of how many anthrax shots we took. Listen, it goes deep. I talk to them all the time. Oh, I know all about it. Listen to me. Okay, my granny is a Mason and works for the government, and my granddad retired Army. Okay, listen, because they literally talk. Listen, who read He Came to Set the Captives Free? If you have not, look at y'all. If you have not read this, where is it? If you have not read this book right here, you better. If you have not read this book, you need to download it. You can download the PDF. You're a Marine. Listen, after you watch that video today, you need to read this book, because every single thing that man said is in here. Everything. Every single thing and this book was written in 1993 or 1992. Okay? Just go to Confessionals, the Confessionals podcast on YouTube. It is going to be right at the top. Because I just got that book from my friend. Her son went to the military. Sis, listen. The video is called Hunting Monsters, I think. But the podcast is called The Confessionals. And it's two of them. One of them is like Super Soldier. It's going to be right at the top. The Bloodline of Monsters, yes. That's what it is. Thank you. Yeah. Now, listen. When I tell you, thank you. When I tell you all of the things was bing, 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 all the different things that I experienced, because they said that in Arizona the veil is really thin, right? Now, didn't I tell y'all that the two times that Lucifer himself, not no peon, showed up in my life, it was in AZ. Okay. The time when the uh the dog's eyes was glowing, Arizona. You hear me? Okay. The time when my daughter saw the devil in our house, and then the lady came over and said that the devil came and sat on her couch. Her, and she was from Chicago. All of that happened in the same week, and both of them seen the same thing. Okay. Kids come up missing in Arizona like crazy. They find bones in the desert all the time. Okay? There are things that happen there that you cannot explain. You said, I just moved to AZ from California and I hate it. Listen, I moved there when I was very young and I left when I was a young adult. And I'll tell you this, I was like, oh no. It's so many witches and warlocks and portals. Yeah, I know, I know. But even without the portal, the tunnels. When that man, I'm not gonna tell y'all it all, but y'all know, for the people that's been here, I got to tell y'all. He said, you know the scripture about when people's hearts is gonna be given out with fear for the things that are coming out of the earth. He said these are the things that go bump in the night. He said you don't hear about certain unalivings and stuff, because when the police pull up, by the way that, like, if they snip a person's finger and put it in their mouth a certain way, depending on the finger, they know, mind your business. That's in here. When people come up missing in them national parks, it's the stuff that go up in the night. Because you remember now, when you watch it, if you read this book, it said that certain people sell their souls, and they sell their souls to the watchers, and that allows them to be a shape shifter. Okay. Now, think about what happens in Area 51. Think about the stories that have come out and the people that have been alive, because they told, once they went down there, that just like in Game of Thrones, that big old thing that was walking around smashing people on the team, and then they end up turning him into like the zombie giant. He said, yeah, those things are walking around down there. There's been more than one story of somebody from the military saying, listen, everything that you see on TV is already being done in a base somewhere way below the ground. Well, think about how many military bases are hidden in mountains, right in the middle of national parks, underground facilities. Who also remembers me telling y'all a story about my mother. She worked in the lab in the hospital. She retired from there. And one time I was asking her about DNA, and she said, girl, what is you talking about? She said, the reason that they take your blood and swab your baby's eyes and do all of this, swab their mouth, is because there is a database with every single person. If there is a hospital birth or a birth, blah, 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 like a recorded birth, they already have your DNA. Now, this was before they started talking about finding people from familial DNA. She was like, they been had it, because my mama worked, they had to send every culture from your pap smear to your rectal, everything. They send it to a specific place, right? This man, now, made me think about my life. When I tell y'all, I just ran it down to my cousin today. Okay. There was a lot of things that happened to me before 5, where I had to have surgeries. I told y'all my hand got cut up into 5 pieces. The best surgeons were there that day. From around like the country. They were having a conference, a tendon and ligament conference. It just so happened when I was at the hospital that night, they were there. I was 2 years old. This is 1982, 1983, whatever, right? Then I get burned the next year. Then I was like in a car accident and was jacked up. Then I got bit by a poisonous spider and it could have took my, it was just like all these things. And the man basically said, if your life has been hell since you got here, hey pumpkin, which we know this because the Bible tells us that the enemy already know who you is before you get here. So he instantly starts, the witches, the warlocks, they know. Well, a lot of the witches and warlocks work in the hospital. Who watched one of the last, not Damien, what is it called? Omens. If you watched one of the last Omens, they was checking all the babies. Remember, they when the nurses would take them and they found the one with the birthmark. Well, they took him lower. Not they said we need to run some tests on him, and they took the blood of a snake and dripped it in his mouth. This is a newborn baby. Okay. Not only that, they showed us that human babies can be born out of animals because one time he was born out of a jackal, and I think the next time he was born out of a goat. Remember this? And the military and the governments and the super rich billionaires in all of those omens was in on it. 30 coins. Oh, he talked about the coins in there too, pumpkin. He talked about the coins in there. He talked about the coins. He talked about the coins, the 30 coins of Judas. He talked about them. Did. And I told y'all the story about the coin that came, not that it was one of those, but I told y'all in 2007 I got a letter. And where I was living, my name was not on the lease. No mail, no, it wasn't even that I lived there. Okay? And I got a letter with my real name, no stamp. I opened it up and it said, we know that you're able to influence people. We know this, we know that. We've been watching you. And if you meet us at this place, I called my godmother and said, what do I do? She said, baby, get that out your house. She said, but whatever it is that God got for you to do, it must be big because the devil is offering you whatever you want. But remember, I've always been in gifted classes. Okay? They sought my mother out. People used to refer me to my mom. Like they searched her out. All jokes aside. And this is exactly what that man said. He said they've been knowing who you are since you left the hospital. Because when they do their blood work, they already know what gifts you have. Because of what's in your blood. Why you keep buffering for me, I don't know. Only the selected would survive the venom. Come on. Come on. Come on. I was in the gate program, all them programs for the gifted kids where they testing your sound and seeing if you can see the color. All of that. Did all of it. You hear me? Do you hear me? You said they have been doing this. Listen. Remember I told y'all about my teacher when I lived out west? She tried to get me into pageants. Well, that's a part of it too. She was like, you'll be perfect. I'm going to sponsor you. You don't have to worry about anything. You'll meet all of these elite people, blah, 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 blah. So it was pushing me. You hear me? And then when I took this book in there to her, she quit talking to me. You said, I remember you telling us this. It is this. She quit talking to me. When she kept talking about the Sisters of the Light, honey, I said, I know who the sisters are. This is when I was 14, 15. I read this book when I was 12, 13. The setup, nephew. Something as simple as cheerleading. When I was in high school, kid you not. Everybody got to try out for cheer, right? You got to try out for cheer. I got picked. They said you're going to be on the team regardless. You're going to come to tryouts, but we already picking you. You're already on the team, whether you're horrible or not. You're going to be on the team. Got the secret meeting and everything in the library. No joke. No joke. So it's like watching this man's video and then to think of what I do now, that this thing has went all over the world, and it did. Not saying nobody didn't talk about Nephilims before. Not saying nobody didn't talk about pharmakia being magic, but people searching out knowledge after 2022 exploded. People buying books again exploded. People looking into the Bible and looking up the names. And he said exactly what I told y'all about you got to know what their names was back then. And he talked about the Moabites being lion-faced people. And guess who they ran with? David. So in the time of David, there was still hybrids they were David's mighty men, hun. He broke it down. I said, remember when I showed y'all them videos and I said, do y'all see that they got the faces of cows and the faces of lions? We don't remember this, and it was all of them, they standing up. I said, these were real beings. Those are not masks. Don't let them lie to you. Think about this. The world ain't been destroyed since then. The world has not been destroyed since David was here. It has not been flooded. These beings were here. And it always talked about how the Israelites and different people was running them up into the mountains. The truth hidden in plain sight, girl. You said my phone getting hot. I don't know. Y'all don't think that's crazy? So my mama forced me, because she swore up and down I was the devil when I was young. No, I'm just not listening to you. She made me read this. This is why when I got approached by certain people when I was younger and I was living where the stars used to be, I don't want to go to none of y'all parties because I know what happened in the Hollywood Hills. I knew from 12, 13 what happened. And the lion face people are the same as the labyrinth. The lichens. The lichens. Yep. And they was running with David. But I showed y'all all of this. We looked in our books. We saw this. We've studied it. And that is the DNA that man said when they are doing their archaeological digs. That's what they be looking for. He said, and guess what else he said? I ain't going to tell it all, but y'all already know. So remember, in North America, per this book, they found giant humans with horns in Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, and Tennessee. You just got kicked out the chat. It was blank. Had to go out. Oh, yeah, because y'all know they about to start playing with us. Now, this the book. Y'all know our book. Well, some of y'all got this. You better go and get it before they take it off. Okay, here we go. Girl, if you don't go look at Mama V, I done told you the name of the... Go look up the Confessionals podcast, Pumpkin. Because you know I'm not doing all that. You know I'm not about to do all that. Seek and you shall find. I done gave y'all the name. Somebody else put the name of the thing in here. It is your job to go do the rest. I love you. I don't know. Okay. Here we go. Giants with horns. This is where they found them. Now, to those of you that don't know, your friend from PA has 2 rows of teeth. Oh, okay. You know, it was just right here. You saw it. You see me skip over it. Giants with double rows of teeth, and where they found them? Right there, boom. You already know what it is. You already know. And we just talked about how many of us were born with certain things, right? So, everybody that called me crazy about 3 years ago when I got on here and they was like, she's weird, y'all. And you might not know this, but we not handing out information over here, Pumpkin. You might not know the rules. I don't know. But when I don't give the answers, it's because I want people to go looking for them. That's a rule in our class. Okay? Because she was talking to me, or this person was talking to me. You might not know that. But people are so used to being spoon-fed information that we don't spoon-feed. We give you tidbits and you go looking. Right. Thank you. You might not know. It's okay. This behind me says, seek and you shall find. You can't see it all. But when I came on here, people used to get mad. But then people around the world was searching, and that's why. Because we're so used to being spoon-fed information that we won't go looking for ourselves. So that's why I do that. My oldest and uncle had double rows of teeth. My daughter has braces to correct them. Right. Oh, Space Angel, you don't know? Okay, so let me let y'all know my rules over here. That ain't what we do. A lot of people might not know it. You might not be from over here. But the reason that the people that are in my class know so much is because I didn't tell them what to think. I wanted them to go looking, because sometimes they can find something we didn't see. You said your class is the big reason I read. Okay, is it big? Okay. So folks might not know because I ain't been over here in a long time. But I'm a different type of teacher. Okay. I am Breeze. We still been having class. We have class on YouTube just about every other day, and we at another place too. But people don't know, and the reason that there are some people that came from not reading the Bible at all to dang near being Bible scholars in 3 years is because of the way that I run my class, and I'm not gonna change. So if I give you a tidbit, it's up to you to go find the rest, and that is how I teach, and I'm gonna keep teaching like that because it's effective. Yes. Ooh, there's a method to this, Mr. Abstract. You said it. Is, and it works, as y'all can see. 4 years later, it's still working. So much so, we set the internet on fire. Now everybody having class on, because before it was crystals and you get your bows and do your thing. Now everybody got a university. Everybody do. But WOIU was out here. Moving on. Now everybody is a dean. They got schools and stuff. But yeah, here we go. First free part of school. Moving on. First free university online. I'll say maybe. Moving on. Listen. So yeah. We love it here at your teacher. I love y'all. The originals is. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, back to what I was saying. God said it's going to be the things that are coming at 4 years of reading, collecting books, and fact checking. Come on. Yes, ma'am. You helped me be a better student in college, too. WOU made studying fun for me. Come on, pumpkin butt. Now, you know y'all TT love to hear that. Do, did, is. Come on. You said TikTok University is everywhere now. Right. It wasn't in 2022. Everybody was trying to laugh at people for how much they didn't know. And we came in here busting heads teaching. See, it's a different thing over here. That's so funny because I just put this shirt on. Picked this shirt up when I was straightening up here. I said, I ain't had to lift this thing up in forever. Y'all is well trained. Look at you. We don't even got to put this up no more. We ain't had to put this up in probably over a year. Or close to, well, maybe since like August of last year. So it's working up on the year. We ain't had to pull this out at all. I'm so proud of y'all. We don't even gotta say this no more. You good. Mama V, you good. But you just, Cause guess what? It's not only adults learning over here, it's babies. I got nephew I got nephews and nieces that are under the age of 15, baby, and they is out studying these pastors looking for information. Do you hear me? We got Sarah, baby. I ain't gonna say his name because we out here, but you know who you is, nephew. This book right here, adults haven't read it. But guess who got his own copy? He 11 or 12. He know about the government cover-ups and whatnot. He's read about how he all the way on, and he under 13. So not only are the parents seeking and finding, come on, she said yes, ma'am. You hear me? He can go in there and bust a pastor head. You see what I'm saying with the information? So yeah, this it worked. And do leading Bible study. Come on, and is. Because I don't want to tell you what to think. I want your neurons to start firing. It's called a behold a pale horse. Okay, behold a pale horse. So with that, we gonna learn, but it's not gonna be. I'm not gonna say we make it fun, not easy. That's what I'm gonna say. We make it fun. Hey, sugar. We make it fun, not easy. If you want to learn, you're going to have to write, and you're going to have to look, and you're going to have to ponder and all of that. But you'll get to it, and a child shall lead them. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Whatever you miss here, we stream on YouTube. You can always go back and rewatch it. CERCA TROVA 22. Whatever you miss on here, you can just go get the information because it's over here too. He chose a book about cereal and alivers when he went to the bookstore with his Mimi the other day. Yeah, that's my nephew. Showy is my nephew. Because that's all I can't. If I don't go to sleep to a murder mystery, I'm not going to sleep. Baby, don't put on no comedy talking about let's go to bed. Who about to go to bed? I don't hear the right noise and the right voice telling me about the trajectory of the blood spatter. I'm not going to be able to go to sleep. Do you understand? If I ain't listening to something about a mass spectrometer, yeah, I'm not going to be able to go to bed. I'm trying to tell y'all what I know. Baby, I could be watching a full movie trying to go to sleep, baby. Turn on a murder mystery, babe. Basically, you can't be lazy over here. Yep, you won't. We outside doctorate, you gonna work. That part, nephew. Unsolved mysteries. Why she unalived the husband, cheating spouses for 48 days. Yes. And now I'm even watching after the first 48. That'll get me to bed too. Yep. 60 minutes. Any of them. Kiva. Any of them. We become true librarians and truth seekers do. And you are going to work for it. But look at the amount of knowledge you all have amassed, even outside of class. Hell, more so outside of class. Because y'all come in here teaching. You said, yo, watch Snapped every night last week and slept so peacefully. And will. And will. Sleep, baby, sleep good. Listen. 50, I don't even need 10 minutes. Once I hear the music, baby, I just rolls on over. Turn the brightness down, baby. I'm gonna be snoring in your ear real good. And I'm just happy we have the internet, because I would be upset if I had to seek and find in the Dewey Decimal. Not me. I just talked about the Dewey Decimal System the other day and love it. That's why we got this. We have a CERCA Decimal System in here. You said signs of a sociopath. That's a good one too. Mm-hmm. Yep. What's the other one? Missing or gone or whatever. Yeah, all of that. Yes, honey. We got a CERCA Decimal. That's why I don't let nobody in here. We got our things to check out. We got our pockets for the thing, and you write your name on there, and the date you got a date in here too. Yes. But I don't let nobody in here. Except for like my kids. But you can't take nothing out of here. That's not gonna happen. We ain't doing that. I do not loan no books. If I can't buy it for you, and this was way before I met y'all, because I used to loan my books and they never come back, my library would be so, if I had all the books I've ever bought, oh my God, it would probably fill up my house. Like every wall would be covered in books. So I don't care if people get mad. You should let me. I shouldn't. I should let you take your money and go buy you one. That's what I should do. There's so many people I've introduced to the soup pie graph, we try to study together. That's good, Marie. That make me excited. Listen, that make me feel real happy. That made the library treks interesting. Back to yeah, my kids still go to the library today. Y'all be in my house, I swear, talking about everything I got going on. Listen. What's the oldest book I have? I want to say 1835 or 1832, but I can't honestly. The one I know off the top of my head is 1835, and it's a Bible. It's this one right here. But I do have remakes of 1611 Bibles and other books. Oh, no, I take that back. 1912. No, 1835. Yeah, because this Bible is from 1835. We got a 1870. We got a couple of them. I don't know, but I know this one is 1835 for sure. But we got some 1600s. Let me see when these aunties sent me these dictionaries. There's some other books in here too. I don't know. Some of them right there is pretty old. I'll have to get in there and look around, but 1835, I think, as far as like the actual, but the remakes, they go back to 1500s. I'm gonna let you take your money and buy one. Yeah, because people don't respect it if you holding it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if you got it, they don't care about it. And they be like, it ain't nothing but a book. It wasn't your book to not care about though. And that's why I don't. Like my stuff then came back, pages messed up. Like I've let people, like my last copy of Pigs in the Parlor, I gave it to somebody I knew. Well, let them use it. And the person's parents saw it and threw it in the trash. Oh yeah, we won't be doing that. We will not be doing any of that. So I don't loan my books. Y'all see what we did here? All them books we sent out, and whatever. Like I don't. I don't. Yeah. No, I don't. Yeah. Well, most times, if you're gonna leave out of my house with something, I already made up in my mind. I'm giving it to you. Like y'all niece got my Gucci bag that I showed y'all. My Gucci. What's the name? And I told her when you get ready to get rid of it, I want it back. But I've already made up in my mind that I probably won't see it anymore. So I just. Your uncle has so many books in his basement. Yeah. I'll give you a picture of them. Laugh aloud. Go find it for yourself. I'm trying to tell you. Because sometimes people just take your books because they don't want you to have the information. And I started realizing that. Something so simple, but it be true. Sometimes they're not ever gonna read it. They're not even gonna do. You would look up it'll be in their card, but they just didn't want you to have the information. And once I saw that, I stopped loaning my books. I don't care. No, you can't get nothing out of here. And this was before I met y'all. So I used to call my car my baby, but now I call my books my babies. Value over volume. This part. What books do I recommend reading? Do you already have the Old Testament Supergrapha? Because if you want a lot, these right here, these two is the 2-book set. I don't know if you have these, but this right here is a good 10 years worth of studies, more than that actually. Oh, facts, they were only interested because I was reading it, but once I gave it to the book wasn't touched, baby. And this is why when people be like, can I come in your library? No, you cannot. I don't care. And people get mad too. Like, I got my brothers, like back in the day when I used to buy, like, because God has always allowed me to find really good books. Like, always. Like, for the low, too. And I remember one time I gave my brother, like, Strong's Concordance. And I had got all the different, ones for a deal. Like, really good ones. I don't even think he ever used them. And so that's when I started saying, okay, no. I won't be giving out my books. Now, if God bless me to find you some, okay. But even then, I'd be mad because I could have spent that money on a book for myself that I was actually going to read and look through. You ain't even touching it. Think about it. We sent out thousands of Old Testament Supergraphas. And like I said, folks used to get mad when I used to be like, this ain't just getting something for free. Don't get it if you're not going to use it. But I'm sure probably half of the people that we sent them to, they probably still in the package. It was just, oh, this lady on TikTok giving away something free. And that wasn't the case. The way stuff is going these days, no hard copies of any format, non-digital. Pretty Y2K is a keepsake treasure. Yeah, I heard they're getting rid of a lot of different books too that are telling the real stories about before the 1900s, which it makes sense. Because you got to think, back in the day, we could go get on that film, microfilm or whatever at the library and look for stuff. It said the Lord of our life is leading you to some good books. Yep. And Diamond, they are getting rid of them. It's just 3 years later, Pumpkin, and they closing down whole libraries. I'm sure my aunt hasn't read hers, and she hasn't asked me one question, and that's why I be telling y'all. But that's why I start telling people about the second year of us doing this. If they didn't ask you for it, don't be volunteering for us to send books to people. Tell them about it, and if they're genuinely interested, then we will. You said Texas just passed a law to get rid of certain books. I believe it. The maps too, yep. And that's why we got our books on our old maps down there. See, y'all thought I was tripping, but we was just 3 years early. That's why I kept telling y'all, go get find all the old books you can. Oh, the older the better. Because back then they was telling the truth and wasn't trying to hide the truth. They were still trying to hide the truth, but like I said, yeah. Before the 1900s, right? Before they really started going over there in Egypt and Morocco and places like that, when the folks were still melanated over there, they was claiming to be the master race until they went to where the master race was. Right? And so then that's when the whole taking over somebody else's lineage came in. I mean, they was doing it before that, but it really, amped up, because then they could, with the printing press and all of that, they could manipulate the books and do different things. Thank you, Mr. Avery. I was trying to see when they're having a book sale at the library. Yeah, because they closing them. And look at how God allowed us to come get all these books before they did. I need to start going to the library again. I just got done reading a Michael Jackson book. Okay. And you said, and they're really talking about that now? Yeah, but God put us on 3 years earlier, so when wasn't nobody worried about books, because books is about to skyrocket because they're going to take them away. So why wasn't nobody worried about survival stuff? We bought survival stuff. It was cheap. Cheap. Why wasn't nobody worried about books? We bought books. When wasn't nobody worried about Mylar bags? We bought Mylar bags. We did. He put us on. And that's what I'm grateful for. Yes, the library by me is selling 3 books for $1. No way. Where you at, Jay? Wally World just put their prices are going up. I saw that. This morning. You in Texas. Okay. Y'all check with y'all local libraries, because you don't want to get caught in the middle of the next school year and there's no school. And you don't have anything but video games. And I mean, because people don't even really get magazines no more. Because of the internet, you don't have to wait. So it ain't even magazines in people's houses. Or most of the books in their house ain't real. They're stacks of boxes that look like books. But how will you teach your children if school is shut down? You said, what is some good books to go to the library and try to purchase? Anything about history. All the histories. History books, biblical history books, maps, medicine. Just think about this. If the internet went away and you have children, right, Goodwill does have a lot. If the internet goes away, right, do you have a dictionary? Do you have encyclopedias? Do you have thesauruses? If you have to become a one-room teacher for your children from 12th grade down, how would you do that if there's no internet? Where you can't print out no worksheets and go get the answer, science and medicine, exactly. Different languages, baking, because everybody go to the internet now. You said Fahrenheit 451 in real life. Yeah, in real life. If there's no internet, you can't go online and get the ingredients. Most people don't have cookbooks. Basic ones, not for all the gourmet stuff, but how to make a biscuit. Right, all your college books. That's good too. You hear me? If there's no internet, how will you get your information if all the libraries are closed and there's no books? Hey? Tell me. For real. Where will you get your information from? Because in all the dystopian, the books be ruined, they be burned for heat and all of this, though. Now I understand why Dad told me to keep all my notes from grade school and college, the books to go with them years back. Yep. Think about it. What will you do? How will you teach your children? What is it, the quiet box, the bird box, or whatever? She had some stuff in there to teach them kids. Even on what's the name? The daddy on Sweet Tooth, he had the color and makeup book, remember? But he taught the boy to read with some of the science stuff he had and different things like that. What if that's a real thing? What would you do? Can you teach your kids about science and art? And because when my kids was young, they all grown now. The youngest about to be 22. But books like this and I've had these for years, right? The world's greatest religions. Things like this, right? They old, but back here in the 70s, 80s, 60s, they wanted everybody to be smart. So they was putting the real information in books like this. Look, Buddhist, now, it should not surprise y'all that these faces be black like that, because they really was that black. Even though they got light skin to their hands, the reason that all of these be this dark is because the originals that they talking about was this dark. And this is the Buddhist community. But see, now they change a lot of it, but look at that. So they teach you about their God. Look at, you mean to tell me regular size humans built that? No. No, they didn't. Because this looks just like a Petra door, does it not? You cannot tell me the giants don't live here. In all of the old buildings, Petra, all of those old places, Egypt, the doors is this big. Well, why is our doors not that much taller than us? Our doors are what, 8, 9 feet, some of them? 7 feet tall? But all of the major doors at all of these places, the people is this small? Okay. This is why we get these kinds. Simple things, right? Indian books like this. Right? Whatever you missed, you can go on my TikTok and find it. Right? So that they can see. This is a huge picture book, but it's about all over China or Asia, right? Found out that's why the Great Wall of China existed. This, baby girl. This. And see, they hide the fact, but if you don't go looking, and this is why people get mad at me when I say this is a seeking you shall find. We're not spoon feeding you no information. If you want to know, you're going to go looking. People get mad, but guess what? That's how you find out stuff like that. Okay? That's how you find out stuff like that. So, all of these different books that show, because guess what? It ain't gonna be no TV. It ain't gonna be no TV. So then how do you teach them and show them different things if you don't have books? This is a book over Europe, the Egyptian Book of the Dead. We have the Cosmopolitan World Atlas. We have the Collins Atlas of the Bible, Celestial Atlases, history books, maps, great maps, mythology, unforgettable ancient sites, dictionary of imaginary places. We just got that. Somebody just sent that. South America and the Old World. Now look at this book. The earth and the people and its people, right? You can tell. These is the ones that be telling the real stuff. And look how they look. Look. See it? It's all being black and white. This is the pictures that show what the skin colors really look like back then. They ain't edited them now. I know. My mom used to keep a reader. Look at this. Got old maps in them. Because they ain't had time to change them. So, as many old books and stuff as you can. And I don't even know. This ain't even that old. I don't think. This is 1930s. So not even a few years after they start going over there, meddling with stuff they didn't have no business. It looks like it smells like a basement. Most of the books, the old books y'all sent me do, and y'all wonder why I be in here coughing and hacking, cause it could be mold in these books from 1912. Or some kind of something, and then I'm just touching them, and then I'll be in here about to choke to death. Right, right, because all of these right here is most of these right in this area. But look, ooh, yeah, crazy. But yeah, a lot of these. That's why some of them don't move that much. Sure do. Can you get a screenshot of what? You're gonna have to rewind it and screenshot it. Yeah. Of what? Which one? That book is called. Let me just put it at. It's called South America and the Old World. Who is it by? Atwood Thomas is the person. ATWOOD Thomas is the author. Ooh. 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 We gonna put you back. Damn. That's not funny. I'm gonna be touching on more old books today. Hold on, y'all. I gotta go blow my nose. Ooh. And that's why I have to keep that air filter in here for sure. You're welcome, Jasmine. It's a the whooshing y'all be hearing is this. It's an air filter in here. I don't have any, Valerie. Y'all, I don't know about every single Bible. You know that, right? I don't know about every single one of them. This is the thing. Get as many Bibles as you can, because they're taking scripture out of the Bibles. So if you come across a Bible, get it. That's why I have the book of liturgy. I'm sorry. Get as many books. I got all different kinds of Bibles and all different kinds of religious books and stuff. When I first started on this, y'all, I go to the Goodwill because I was trying to understand the difference It's one more. Where is it? Okay. So look at this. If I'm not mistaken, ain't this a Jehovah Witness Bible? This is a Jehovah Witness Bible, right? Any JWs in here? Ain't this a Jehovah Witness Bible? Is it? Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yep. Watchtower Bible. This is from 1961. So I got a Jehovah Witness Bible in here. Boom. See this old, this real old. Okay. Okay. So see. It's coming apart. What is this? This is regular and special prayers, popular devotion. So this is Catholic something. A Catholic prayer book, I believe. Catholic prayer book. Okay. What's the year of this? 1925. So I do gotta see. 1925. So it's even older than this. So this is 10 years older than the one I told. Oh, no. No. I'm sorry. That's 1835. You're right. Excuse me. 1925. Old book. This is Christian Prayer Liturgy of the Hours. Approved for use in the Diocese of the United States of America by the National Conference of Catholic Bishops and confirmed by the Apostolic See. So it's all kind of stuff in here, because how can you study something and you only look at that same book? You only look at one book. So there's nothing else to compare it to. You know, I used to hear, oh, them Catholic people, baby, they this. Okay, but have you ever studied the Catholic religion? No, I just know. Oh, okay, well, I'm going to go study it so that I can understand why it's wrong or right. Even with Buddhism, I read about Confucianism, Hinduism, Mohammedanism, all of that. Like, how can you, because God said I got sheep in all folds, and I didn't just give it to one people, I gave it, you know what I mean? So it blows me when people don't want to go. They don't want to explore. They just, if it ain't what they already know, they not listening. Well, that don't have nothing to do with me because you want to be silly. This Bible's from 1935 too. It says newly edited by the American Revision Committee in 1901. But I think this one is from, oh no, I take it back. 1901. Copyright 1929. So this one's 1929, but I guess they edited it again in 1901. It says, being the version set forth in AD 1611, compared with the most ancient authorities, and revived in AD 1881 to 1885. So this is an old one too. I'm procrastinating about praying for this tuition for my baby to go to pre-K. That's the way it's looking. I'm going to be homeschooling him. Interesting. So get looking. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I always wanted to understand, and I don't just be wanting to take one side of whatever, you know what I mean? So, and you gotta think, I came up in the apostolic faith. My grandmother was a pastor for over 60 years. My daddy, my uncles, my great uncles was not diocesan bishops, but I can't think of what they call that. Suffering bishops. He just passed right after my grandma passed, or right before my grandma passed, out in South Carolina. So, you know, like, I understand the apostolic faith or the Pentecostal faith, but I want to understand all of it and not just pieces. So, because how you gonna witness to somebody telling them everything that they believe is wrong, and you haven't even studied it? Oh, yeah. My family told me listen, I told you they told people I was in a reprobate mind. But every single thing that I was telling them before 2014 is happening right now. And now my family is going to watch the Book of Enoch, and they're studying the Book of Enoch. Well, y'all could have been up 14 years ago. I was trying to put y'all on in when y'all was calling me crazy. But now that the world is talking about it, now you believe it, fine. Do that. It didn't stop me from studying. Didn't stop me from getting my information because you don't believe it. What do they have to do with me? Going back to what we was talking about earlier about these dang super soldiers that I told you about. I told y'all the reason they want to become archaeologists is because they trying to get the DNA out them damn bones. So that they could remake these monsters that God said was gonna like if you watch this podcast, y'all gonna think about all of our classes, I promise. You said I believe you the first time I heard you speak. Thank you. My family don't, and they still talking crazy now. That don't mean nothing. The folks at WOIU ready. You heard me. My family, not the family I was born into, but my family is ready. My family is informed. My family know what's up. They not, you hear me? You know what I'm saying? My family, my WOIU family, we good. You hear me? You said, and is, nephew. They don't, because for real, it's probably less than 7 people in my family outside of me and my kids that's prepping right now. They don't even believe that we are in the end times. They keep talking about when Jesus, well, honey, I ain't going to have to worry about that because Jesus is coming back. Right. But never mind. I ain't about to argue with you. I don't even have it in me no more. Listen, we passed the time of me arguing with you. If you don't believe it, the Bible says that unbelief is a sin. That don't have nothing to do with me. You said that part. I've been studying, doing research when I was 24. What would they be gaining if they, who be gaining? It's not about them gaining. It was prophesied that the beings that were here before the flood, which is the hybrids, would be back. And Japan just okayed that in January, which means we already know they've been doing it. The Army been doing it forever. That's what this man's podcast is about. But God proclaims or prophesied, okay, that though everything that was alive prior to the flood would be here right before the end of the world. And guess what? In the last 3 years, giants showed up. The little green people that live in the trees showed up. Dragons showed up. Oh, imps and different things showed up. Okay? All of those things showed up. Okay? Since y'all met me in 22, folks then came up missing for recording whole giants opening the side of a mountain like a door and looking out and then close the door back. Okay? And we ain't heard from that couple since. Bully Slayer, jail. South 90, he ain't really doing too much talking about it. He's very careful about what he say. And then also, I'm not telling the whole thing, but who remember me telling y'all about my car? Who? I've been telling y'all about my car for over a year. What's been going on with my car? Why did he say that? He sure said it. I said, yeah, well. So when you watch it, just think about all the crazy stuff that I told y'all started happening to me since I got over here. And then just think. Yep. The guy that seen the guy on the mountain in Utah, he gone. The people that saw the aliens in Nevada or wherever they was, where they at? The ones where the aliens came down? I don't know if they was in Texas or Las Vegas. Where they at? Florida people at the mall, they erased their phones before they even got out of the perimeter. Okay, where they at? How do you sign up for my classes? They free, baby. They on YouTube. You can watch them as much as you want. CERCA TROVA 22. You can go there and watch whatever you want to watch. It's free. I don't charge for nothing I do. There's no subscription fees. I mean, they set up some on here. I think it's $5, but I don't charge nothing. I've been doing these classes for 3 years, and you don't pay for nothing. Everything is free. You said they been to Men in Black, this part. Yep. So CERCA TROVA 22 on YouTube, and it's over 1,400 classes over there that's breaking all of this stuff down about what's pretty much all of our classes. He talked about the medicine. Y'all remember us talking about the medicine? And the things that they are putting in there? And it's not what they write on there. It's how is this nigga getting this superhuman strength after he take this medicine that's supposed to help him go to sleep? Oh, well, if I'm doing gene splicing and I done found some giant DNA, and I want to see how it impacts a normal person, I just added in. I listed everything else except for that. You hear me? Yep, pigs in the food, all of it. Yep, Aaron Parnas is going through it. They trying to prosecute. I already know. Well, I told y'all that's why I took my stuff off. Everybody called me crazy and probably tried to make it like I was making myself bigger. No, my daddy be on it because I already told y'all what's been going on around here. And this is why when I first got on TikTok, I said, you can't come on my live and say whatever you want because they're not going to knock on your door. They're going to knock on mine. That's exactly why I said what I said. And folks get in here and you're going to get blocked. You want to say whatever you want. You're not going to bring the GOV over here. They already over here. They been here since they bust up this street out here. I told y'all. Once we start talking about the stuff, then that's when everything they doing to him. I literally got videos telling y'all they was doing it to me. Except for that part. But that's why I took my stuff off of here. Right before they started tripping with him. Because they had already been over here. Folks been disappearing. That's what I'm talking about. Look at the bully slayer. He locked up. We ain't seen that. He ain't posted a video since May of 23, honey. The mud flooding giant guy. He was a part of our community. He missing. They done locked him up for something. Yeah. You said, yes, another creator just got detained for it recently. I kept telling ya. That's why okay. Now do y'all understand why I don't care what nobody say when it comes to stuff that God, I know for a fact that God is telling me. And it's always ahead of time. You hear me? It's always ahead of time. Y'all been here with me for 3 years. When have it not been? We going on our 4th year. Shoot. That's why I don't care. People like, oh, she didn't know what she talking about. No. What, because I don't got letters behind my name? Oh, okay, keep being fooled. Most of them people cheated on their stuff anyway. Somebody else took that class for them. I did all the research for myself, and I got the proof because I still got all of the journals. And all of my research is still written down. Y'all done seen it. It's crazy to me. It's about to get worse, too. Most of the people there been trying to stop. They been watching you. You been being prepared way before this last 3 years have. And after watching this man's video, it makes sense as to why certain opportunities always presented themselves to me. No joke. Made everything, all the programs, all the stuff, all the testing, all of this, all of that. Yeah, it made it all make sense. I told y'all I've been a fly on the wall forever. So them people probably knew that I knew I could remote view. And I didn't even know what it was called until last year. But baby, I didn't, honey, when I used to lay down, I'm trying to tell you, I told you I would tell, like, the guy I might be with, I ain't never seen the little chick house he messing with. And I can tell him everything that happened, what her bed looked like, where the window was, where the closet was, like I was standing in the room. Well, I didn't understand that's a dream walker or a person that has the ability to remote view. And it makes perfect sense. Y'all done heard my kids come in here and tell the stories. Auntie, off topic, I'm saving my onion tips and potatoes. I already have my containers, just got to get my dirt this weekend. Come on, nephew. And see, in our reality, it's a lot of lush places here. It's probably some apartment complexes you could go in the park where don't nobody go and get some good dirt. And they ain't even got to buy it. Because Missouri got some real good dirt. That's why it's so lush. That's what my daughter said. They said, Mom, it's so lush and green here. I said, yeah, they got some good dirt. Nephew, you might not even have to buy it. Go on and find you some. Go on and find you some. Because everything grow here. We got good dirt now. You said, yep, I went to a land development and got my dirt. So you stealing? No, I'm just playing. Thank you, Kaylin. Thank you. You stealing dirt. You know, you can't go to that. Them people pay for that dirt. I'm talking about the stuff. Don't be stealing now. You can't. You can't go to where they building up the ground. You can't do that. That's stealing. But if it's already on the, it's been there for about 100 years, they not worried about that dirt. But that other dirt that be in the past, yeah, they pay for that. Be careful, cause you can go to jail. They'll take you right on to jail for that. Yeah, I was looking for the owner. He said I could take her. Oh, okay. As long as they say it's fine. But anything other than that, yeah, you could go to jail. I wouldn't do it. I just started some lettuce stems and water grower. Yeah. Okay, so who didn't grew ginger? Because I think I did. Who didn't grew some ginger before? Because I put it in water. It was just a shriveled piece. And it's this long spout, but it seemed like it's growing the opposite way. I don't know what's going on. So do the green shoot go in the water? Because it's a big, long green shoot that's stemming up out of there. I don't know if I'm doing it wrong because I had it in the water. I thought it was going to grow in the water. It grew up at the top. So what is I'm doing wrong? So now I can put it in dirt. Put the whole thing of ginger in there. I rooted it in water. No, I get it. I was trying to fit. Okay, let me show y'all what I mean. I know it. I know it's the root, and I know it grow in the dirt. Let me show y'all. I might not be seeing it right. Hold up. Because I'm rooting another one. My plant that died. So do you see this? And yes, it look ugly. It don't matter. Do y'all see this grew out of there? And it's more of them. Oh, girl. Don't break it. Come in. And they just now coming out of here, but okay, I was just wondering. It's time for soil. Okay, see, I'm just asking. Okay, because I said, well, this ain't supposed to be growing out the top, is it? Okay. Okay. No, I get it, Kika, but I just didn't know, because You said what? Okay. All right. I was just wondering because this been here, but I didn't know. So this gonna be the top. Got it. I needed to know as well. Right. See, nephew? Because this was one of the gingers I had bought and I never used it. I said, I'm going to put it in some water and see what it do. And boom, You funny, you talking about gardening as I'm planting my key lime and lemon trees. Come on, Mari. I was out there this morning, and this one did finally grew some roots, so I'm going to go on and try to get him in some dirt. Or her, I don't know who, what they doing. But okay, so they'll be in some dirt today. Good job. Because I didn't know. Shit. Ooh, sorry, shoot. Like, yeah, I don't know. I just have to let it keep growing out the water. Hell. Was sure about that. I didn't know how many roots it needed. So can I break each one of them off? Can I break each one of them off and make another piece of ginger? Like if I start cutting it as like a potato, and each one of them little nibs will grow another ginger. Okay, okay. Because some of the other ones got. I should have done it before rooting. Well, hell, I don't need a lot of ginger, so we just gonna put it in there to see. It is. Okay. My potatoes is doing good. I'm excited about that. I got a little bitty strawberry, only one. Only one. Only one little strawberry, but it's coming in. So, and now you see, and now I see you TT. I'm gonna plant ginger now. That's what I see. You gotta put it in the water. Listen, when it's a bush, you have plenty of ginger. Okay. So I just walked in trending. I hate jazz. What do I mean? I hate jazz. What? You just gonna come in here and type some weird stuff? Not the place. We don't do mindless behavior over here. We don't invest in mindless conversations or anything. I planted cucumber, strawberries, cherry tomatoes, bell pepper, and basil. I got my what you call them is starting to what's the name? My kids call them baby cabbages. What is they called? Brussels sprouts. They starting to grow the little, because you know the Brussels sprouts be in the branch like cradled in there, and I'm starting to, they looking like little peas now. I'm so excited about that. Cucumber next for me. Make sure you plant them by themselves somewhere, because they got crawly, feely things, and they will choke. You know what? Cucumbers act like jealous people. We gonna call that the jealous fruit, cucumbers. Because cucumbers and peas, they the jealous fruits. They'll choke out the life of anything doing better than them, baby. They'll use you to hold them up, and they gonna cut off your life supports. We gonna call them the jealous and envious vegetables and stuff. Also, for those in the Midwest and East of us, keep an eye out for bad weather that's moving, just in case you got to move your plants indoors and anoint y'all stuff. This part, my avocado, peach, lemon, and orange trees are doing good. Good job. They very invasive, and they choke out the lives of others around them. So make sure you're not a cucumber. You said so will men. Oh, okay. Make sure you're not a cucumber or a pea. You said plant sunflowers to use them as trellises. Oh, that's a good idea. So are you a cucumber, or are you hopefully you not. Is you a cucumber or a pea? Hey, you said bugs love to attach to the zucchini. Right. Right now, but I'm talking about what type of plant are you? Because it's some people that act like cucumber and pea plants, is what I'm saying. They going to use you to hold themselves up, and they going to spread all the way through your life and choke out what you trying to grow. So hopefully you're not a cucumber or a pea. Yeah. Sounds like the shape test again. Come on, nephew. You You already know what it is. But it could be applied to so many things. Are you an electric car or a gas car? you you said the Lord holding my tongue. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It could be applied to so many different things. But I do want y'all to go today, because I want to talk about this with y'all and get y'all views and think about y'all scary stories and different things that you all experienced with different people that we thought were people that probably weren't even people. Can I be a hybrid? Listen, Mari. Listen, we gonna go watch the stories about the hybrids, because think about all the spooky encounters that we've had. Have you ever walked by a person and felt like it's something? And then they make the hair on your body stand up and you be like, we about to go. Okay. After you watch this podcast, I guarantee you, you said y'all seen the poisonous hemlock plant spreading fast in Tennessee. I only live a few minutes from the state line. And when I was telling them about the purple flowers, everybody called me crazy. I'm convinced the person was possessed when they get angry. Man, I seen a demon face on someone. I was coming from doing something I wasn't supposed to, and it smiled at me like the movie Smile. You said intersex is a hybrid and some people never find out what they are. That's true. Yep, that's true. It's just like the women that have two uteruses and they don't know, or two vaginas, and they don't know until they, having these problems, and they go the whole time, you got two holes, girl. 3, technically. Not anger. Anger is not. The Bible says be angry but sin not. No. The Bible says be angry but sin not. So anger is not a sin. What you do when you're angry is the sin. God didn't say you couldn't be mad. He said don't do nothing while you mad. I was spooked. Yeah. Because okay. Listen to me. Let's talk about it. Maybe we supposed to go here. That's why we door knocking today. You can have righteously placed anger. Yeah, because I be getting mad. You see, I be mad at these pastors. And I have a reason to be. Because y'all not telling these people what they need to know. So I get real angry about that. But I don't sin. I don't be, whatever. You said, yep, I know it, baby, because the fire shoots up from my feet. Y'all playing in these people's faces and they soul. Hell is a long time. Eternity, you ain't coming back from it. It ain't like switching churches. You hear me? This part, Mari. You hear me? They don't get another chance once God come back. And if you are a shepherd and you taking these people's money and giving them McDonald's word, you in trouble. Because the fact that the church, my son just said it yesterday, somebody was like, you need to find a church home. He said, hey, tell me about the Nephilim. Tell me why we even got to do this and that. Tell me this, tell me that. Oh, it doesn't matter. You just need to go to church. And then he was like, listen, He said the man started trying to run away from him. I said, I told y'all that's what they do. The eternity is much longer than the life we have now. All of this is a test run. So for pastors that want to be recognized for they big old words and all of that old stuff, but you playing with these people's souls, I know that you've never read the Old Testament's Upagrapha, because if you did, you wouldn't be doing that. Because it's a specific punishment for leaders that have swayed what God said to get money. I hope you know that your punishment, if you go to hell, is for hot iron, like molten iron or whatever, to be poured while you're laying prostrate. And mind you, this body don't give out. It ain't gonna burn up. You gonna feel everything. You understand? Lil Richard, I'm gonna need you to just quit typing random stuff. You don't know, but that gets under my everlasting skin. Okay? We know. I know. Fallen angels, giants, Nephilims. But you said you didn't know where we was at. I need you to just pay attention. Yes, honey. You said righteous anger right there, Lee. Give me your arm, girl. Give your mama your arm so I can pinch you under the fat meat. Give it her. Because what the heck? The grace is getting hot on the people's scalp like a bad perm. Listen. Y'all don't think that God allowed that man to roll these things back again to warn folks? And do and will. That second Baruch stay keeping me scared. Listen. You said, did you see that the people walked out of church because of the preacher was telling people about what? Sin? They filtering our comments already. Here we go. I seen some, he was putting them out, but I didn't really understand. Yeah, I seen it, but I'm saying, what was he saying that they didn't like? Had to come over here to TikTok. They playing games is. I seen people talking about it, but what is he saying that they didn't like? They walked out because he was telling them about witchcraft and divination. Same reason people was over here talking about I was a witch. You remember? Y'all don't remember? But they was messing with witches and warlocks. Spoke against crystals and new age stuff, as you should. And after that, take it to dad and let him handle it this. And do. But this is the thing. But no, let me show y'all something. Yeah, they don't want to hear about the spiritual side of things. Okay, girl, if you don't, well, here, take the microphone, Antoinette. Because before I can say here, you just do it. That's why a lot of people left art class, because they don't want the real. They want the fluffy Jesus. The tea is spicy today. Let's throw some more hot sauce in it. I'm trying to tell you. Y'all don't remember when people was over here giving me the business? When they was like, I shouldn't have these books in my house. I said, well, they at your kid's school. Your teacher, your child's teacher, who was a whole witch or warlock, got your baby researching it. But you don't want to know. At church talking about come out demon, and demons have names just like all of us. They don't come until you call. That's what summoning is. And they don't answer the demon because they have a whole name. But because you won't take the time to learn. You wonder why the devil is running through your house because you ain't learned his name yet to get him out. If somebody say CERCA, I'm going to turn around and say, huh. But if you say, ma'am, miss, hey, I'm going to keep walking. That ain't my name. So many witches in schools and in church. And it's so crazy because a lot of y'all pastors is Masons. Masons do rituals. So maybe that's why they tell y'all don't go study nothing about witchcraft, because then you will know they the witch or the warlock. Oh. The same thing that the stars do in the Hollywood Hills at their parties is the same. They're in the same Masonic orders. Understand that. So if your pastor is an Eastern Star or a Mason, no matter the ranking, they do rituals. Right? They don't understand the power of God is needed against these things. Otherwise, we wouldn't need it. This part. God would not say, understand magic so you know how to pray against it. Why would he even talk? If God didn't want us to know nothing about magic or not even know existed or how powerful it is, why would he put the story of the Witch of Endor in there? Or the story of Moses going against the warlocks. And it literally says that they had the power to do exactly what Moses did, and he was empowered by the Holy Ghost. But they had the exact amount of power to do exactly what he did. So then when church people are, the devil is a lie. Woo! I rebuke you. Say, them devils be like, that's what them ones did. They said, I rebuke you in the name of such and such, and they wore their tails out, left them bleeding, bloody, and beat up. Oh, okay. Don't be mad at me because I want to know how to fight. If I'm going into a war, I'm going to need my sword and my shield. I just want you to know. And they talking about putting the armor of God on, but they don't even know how to do it. They don't even realize that 99.9% of the medicine in their cabinet is named after a demon. But how they have went and got a book that looked like Encyclopedia of Spirits or the Dictionary of Demons or the Encyclopedia of Demons, then they would be able to look up their medicine names and understand why they're having the side effects. Because that demon, that is the thing that he causes the human body to do when he invades it. It's funny that that's your side effect, and the name of that medicine is the name of this demon. Moses versus the two sorcerers. Moses used the Holy Spirit. They used demons. Same war, different battle. This. And if he didn't understand magic, because, mind you, Moses knew magic. Did he not? Moses knew magic. Abraham knew magic. They knew it. They knew it. They knew it. Oh. Okay. Just because he knew it, it didn't mean he practiced it. It meant he could recognize magic. When a person was sick, he knew if it was a demonic sickness, if it was a magic spell, so that he knew how to pray against it or what to ask God for. But the Christian these days, that's why so many people in mental institutions. Church folks' kids. Never mind. You said I need to put those in. Okay. Hey, Dean, can you please give me the author of those 2 books? What 2 books, nephew? What 2 books? Judica Isles. And these is on the book list, nephew, in what Amazon. Judica Isles, I think, and Bellinger and Bain. Bellinger, Belanger, Bain, Bane, and then Judica Isles, Illes. The Confessionals. He was raised by Egyptians, and they had the most advanced magic, and he was the Pharaoh's grandson. He was going to be taught everything, poisons, how to conjure evil spirits. So God allowed, now look at this though. God allowed, he knew firsthand knowledge. Come on. Do you understand what I'm saying? And if you look at the people that God used, this was the thing. Because how will you know if something, hi boy, you try to sneak in here? You can't. I love you. My cousin baby mama is a minister, and their daughter joined a sorority, and that's all she talk about. Listen. And this is the thing. How can you fight something and you don't know? Okay. Yeah, you thought you was slick. Come on in, though. I love you too, okay? My little cousin did too. I was so disappointed. This is the thing, right? So, tell me the definition of secret. They use the Book of Psalms. Yeah, they do. Who from Louisiana? Anybody from the islands? Anybody from deep in Africa and your family do magic? My auntie was the wit. My great auntie was with, baby. She was at the such and such Baptist church every Saturday and Tuesday. Okay, that don't mean she wasn't yanking bones together when she went home and getting dirt from the graveyard. Don't mean nothing. Not just witnessed, participated in. My dad's side is from the Dominican Republic, and they love saints. Do y'all know that most of the symbols that are drawn on that stuff are the sigils for fallen angels and angels? Like in Louisiana, on the gates, the iron gates. It's not just the fleur de lure. There's all those little, it's like a cross with 2 dots on it and all of that. Those are all the angels, fallen angel symbols and angel symbols. They use the Bible in their spells. So did Solomon. Everything can be used for good and evil. Everything. God gave you your beautiful body. You can use it to worship him, or you can use it to shame him. It can be used to praise God or to desecrate his temple. What you gonna do with it? Okay? It's up to you. God gave Lucifer a gift. What did he take it and do with it? He makes people sell their souls, and he desecrates men's bodies and women's bodies and children's bodies with the gift. So he took his gift that God gave him and used it to take people's lives and their souls. He could have still been using it for the benefit, but God didn't take away his gift of being the music angel, did he? No, because he wouldn't be able to run the music industry. He perverted it exactly, which is what most people do. They showed y'all in Empire when old boy was getting his back blowed out on the piano and Jennifer Hudson was singing the gospel song. Go back and watch that episode. And I ain't watched all of them. I only watched like one episode, and that was the one I watched. And I was like, okay, yep, that's enough for me. But go back and watch that. When Lucius walked in and she was in yeah, Lucius, this Lucifer. Do you hear me? Even the whole him rising from the ashes with the phoenix, when Lucifer and them was thrown down here, they were thrown down as balls of fire. So them crawling out of their holes would have been them rising from the ashes. Oh, okay, never mind. Don't forget. And when they came forward, they did not look like they did when they got through out. Dee Dee, you was asking me a whole bunch of questions, Pumpkin, that you can answer yourself. I love you, baby. But these are questions that you can go to Google. I am not Google. I am not Siri, Pumpkin. When you typed it here, you could type it in Google too. These are questions you can answer yourself, babe. Did you see more and more celebrities are saying that they practice E5? Yeah, I already knew. Listen. That's why when all the stars that used to be around, no. Back when I was younger, in my younger days, and I told y'all when I lived in Phoenix, we used to see them everywhere. When I went to the club, when I worked in the club, they used to be, you want to go party with me? No, actually, I don't. I know what y'all do in the Hollywood Hills, and I'm not, no. And the only reason I know is because of this book that my mama made me read when I was 12. And then I start meeting all these people, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. You understand? But I already knew what it was. So, no, I'm not fooled by that fake. No. Mm-mm. All the NFL players, all of them be in there. I'm cool. No, thank you. A ton of them are exposing themselves. They always have been. They never hidden in plain sight. All you got to do is go back and look at the concerts. But because most people are not cognitive of signs and symbols, they just think it's a really, really cool movie set or a really cool whatever. You understand me? But see now, some of y'all already did. When I talk about certain stuff, I'm just saying from when I met y'all. If you knew before, fine. But whenever I'm referring to something, it is something that I'm thinking that you learned here. Okay? So now, some of y'all that didn't understand signs and symbols and names, and I'm not saying you didn't understand, I'm saying the put together of it all. Now you can't go in a store and just pick up a shirt and say, "Oh, this is cute," because you're gonna look at what that symbol means. You're gonna look at what that name means. You're gonna, when you go into a restaurant, your eyes is scanning everywhere, and you're not lying. I grew up in Oceanside, California, and a few of my ex-girlfriends were models and in the NFL. Ex's friends were models and the freakouts. Yeah, girl. I knew an NFL player from Arizona, and I'm not gonna say his name. But baby, in his old school car, he got a TV put in there so when he was driving around, he could watch corn while he's driving. And they had the big parties. They did. And I told y'all that's the one. And he was like, "You feisty." I said, "Get your leg off of me." He said, "You sitting on my couch." I said, "I don't care. I like you. Yeah, I got invited to the parties, but not for that. I was the homeboy. And all the other folks was getting ran through. No, y'all know better than to come to me with that. And was mean as hell. Get your look. Who is you? I'm not. No. And I got invited back on the nights when all of the freak offs wasn't going on. I got invited on the nights where all the niggas is chilling and we just talking that. Mm-mm. Nope. But I knew already. So where my friends was hyped up because I already know what you had to do to get your fame, nigga. You ain't about to do it to me. I know what you had to do. I know what you had to do to get your fame. And it ain't acting. Well, it was a production, but not the kind you want us to know about, and it's all coming out. I told y'all. Yeah. And I got homegirls that used to go, and they used to be there. Listen, my son, are you still in here? I'm about to show y'all something. My son is 28 years old. Watch this. He might have left out. Are you in here, son? And this, what we are about, okay. What we are about to say, I'm not trying to be offensive to anyone. What did I tell you about Lil Wayne when you were in the 5th grade? That would have been 2007 or 8. What did I tell you? My son has just turned 28. So he probably was 10, 11. What did I tell you? Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, you was 9. Excuse me. Okay. At 9 years old, when my son wanted to get locks and do that whole thing, I said, hold on now. Come on now. You going to learn all about his life. Because I'm not about to just have you rapping stuff that he's saying. When he's saying Wheezy effing baby, he's talking sexually. Did I not? I told you, this man, this is what he had to do to get his life. He had to allow somebody to hurt him. My son is 28, so that was what? 19 years ago almost? 18? Okay? I didn't sugarcoat for my kids. I told them what it was this whole time. And then Birdman confirmed it. Okay. Yeah. I grew up with a girl who attended FOs with her mom. We were 15 and she would say the same stuff. Yeah. His godmother, her dad owned a radio station. And this is why it was a whole bunch of stuff. All the folks be, I'm like, I knew at 17 it was some BS. Because she went to all of the parties because her dad owned the radio station. And when I was 17, she used to come back from Cali and different places and tell me what was going on. And so that's why when they used to be, I don't want nothing to do with nothing you got going on. I already know the truth. I always remember when Pac said he wanted to date Quincy Jones' daughter, but Quincy wanted to. He did, though. Everybody be talking about it. Pac did. Did have his way. How is it used in witchcraft? You can research that, Wonder Woman. But most spells are magic. I mean, most spells have the name of God in them. They use names of angels. They use actual scripture. Like the real stuff, yeah, scripture. Yeah. No, that nigga wasn't innocent. You either doing the bending or getting bended, plain and simple. You might not have let nobody bend you, but you gon' do something. And even if it's not with a same-sex situation, it's gonna be with a kid. They been on that. Or both. Come on. Or a little kid or animal. Richard Gere. It's a little tickly booty. Ooh. Nigga, you putting hamsters in your rear end, allowing them to burrow and die. Yes. They was all doing it. And think about it. They're saying that Mr. Combs, they got video of him being with animals and him being with corpses. It's all in here. And they was talking about what happens in the Hollywood Hills. It's all in here. Just like Finesse 2 times doing the bending. Listen. It's called He Came to Set the Captives Free. He came to set the captives free. The high places. Yep. Yep. Yeah. My friend went to do a backup dance and he said it happens so easy. Come on. Come on. Listen, you know mom know. And that's why, and my son, this is my child. I carried him. He's born on the West Coast. They rarely have to force people. They just make the workload so hard you fall into it. Come on. Come on. And they position the people around you so that everybody is talking about it so you don't think there's nothing wrong with it. Whatever is going on. They gonna keep you up. They gonna keep you off your rocker, as you can see old boy was doing. Keep you loopy. That's why anybody that want to be just stoned and they don't want to know what's going on, you can't be around me. Because then you'll be trying to make me be like you. Because you don't want to think and you don't want to feel, so now you don't want... No. The only people that don't feel are dead people, babe. That's it. If you got addictions, yep. Oh, man, listen. If y'all only knew, and my son does, I'm trying to tell you, I know what I'm talking about. And I've been approached. Okay, my son is in here. Son, look, watch this. I told y'all about the coin. 2007, did a letter come to our house where mom's name wasn't even on the lease? And they said, we know that you are able to influence people. We know that people pay attention to you. Money will not be no option. You need to meet us here. What did I do with that envelope? And was it people around? It was people there, not just y'all. It was a whole nother adult. And then I called my godmother, and she said, do what with it? Threw it out. Here we go. So for those of you, that's my son. He don't live here. He lives across the country. There you go. So when I tell you, it was people around. Come on. That's my child telling you that I received a letter. We've been watching you. And we know you have abilities and people listen to you. You're able to influence people. Won't be no money. Money will not be, you won't have to worry about nothing. Meet us here. How old was you in 2007, son? 10? And he 28. So this was 18 years ago that I received a letter to my house that said, "We've been watching you. We've been no." And at the time, I was struggling bad. And the devil said, "Oh, the same time that green car with no person driving it will follow us too." Okay. 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 The girl I knew who went to the FOs tried to use a boyfriend of mine to convince me to come over to her house and go with her to the party with friends. Yeah, because it'd be a setup. Girl, homegirls, got them. Girl, we about to go party with the... You said, woo, you could write a book, Auntie, and could, but then the people would be looking for me. This is why Auntie don't go nowhere. This is why I be leery of the people I meet, because I already know the plants that were around me a long time ago. But it comes from, again, I told you, I've always been in gifted classes. These people would come to my mother and be like, "We want her in this program. We see that she's gifted, blah, 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 blah." The doctors, way before my kids was born, start taking tissue samples from me. And this is why I don't do the doctors. That's why they take phones. Come on. My mom said the same thing. They've been watching us. They have. I'm trying to tell you. They've been recruiting, right? It's not a coincidence that I've run into the people that I've run into. I know that. But most people are not aware. And they just be living. Then I got into modeling, but I left the John Casablanca school because of our instructor who told me that I'd have to do things even if I didn't want to get the job. Baby, I already know. You know, Auntie was a model. Girl, listen, I know. I was supposed to be in... Let me send them group. I was supposed to be there. King Magazine. Yep. Got the invitation. You did. I'm trying to tell you, I know. And that's why I was like, no. This is coming a little bit too fast. Oh, okay. They won't me. So let me not. So when I say I struggled, my son is in here. That same year, did not an NFL player who had just got drafted, was he not on your mama? And I turned it down. Same year that the letter showed up, an NFL player was on my tail, 4 kids and all. You remember? He was like, "I do not care. I don't." All of this was in a period of a small amount of time. I'm trying to tell y'all. You hear me? So my son is in here who was alive, and he wasn't a little baby. He was 10. He can tell y'all they've been on me, and I've been running the whole time. Happened to me when I was 16, groomed by my evil stepfather. I'm trying to tell you. And that's why I said, you have to go watch this Confessions podcast. Because if you have not read this, it's everything that's in there. They got to her when she was first born, the lady in this book. She was born with a cleft palate and without the roof of her mouth. And the witches and warlocks at the hospital in Indiana, they don't tell you where it is, but I found out it was in Indiana. Okay? Wolf in sheep's clothing, yeah. Okay? When she was born, the nurses, like Make-A-Wish, that whole thing came and was like, "If you give us a few vials of your baby's blood, every plastic surgery that she needs, any medications up until she is grown, we gonna pay for it." You want to know what happened? I ain't gonna tell the whole book. They took that baby blood and did an incantation over it. And from the day she was 2 days old, they was casting demons into this baby. She had super strength. And then the people was looking for it. Exactly what that man said in that podcast last night. And I read this when I was 13, 12 or 13. I'm 45. So what I read in 1992, 1993, around that time, is now on a podcast. And the man lived in Arizona, where I told y'all the 2 times that I experienced the devil, and then all of the crazy stuff, like most of it was there. And they say that that's where the veil is the thinnest. Oh, okay, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Y'all, I done said the name of this podcast 15 times. And for the people that know, y'all know where to go find it. The confessions, the confessionals, the confessions. One of them. Okay. But to my people that know, you know where to go get the information. That's why it's hard to breathe in Arizona. Yes. You working. Oh, okay. You good it. You got it. It's the confessionals. Or confessions. She said photographers would offer me something to make it easier. I grabbed my sister and left. Yeah, they do. They do. Every time. And they always want to push your limits. Girl. Confessionals. Thank you. Now, I'm about to get into why the veil is so thin there. Oh, yeah. Well, it's the high places. And you remember, okay, who were the giants? What were they called? Okay. You said he the real deal. Oh, I know. There's a lot of people that be on the run and like to be hermits and don't want nobody to know where they at and don't want nobody to know what they doing. Believe me, I understand. Mm-hmm. You watched it, Auntie? Did you watch the second one about the super soldiers? A lot of people come. A lot of people come study here too. Yeah, yeah. California, Denver, Las Vegas, Arizona. Yep, and had the #1 business school in the country. Listen, and you know why? You know why? Yeah, yeah. So think about this. Again, if the Bible says, ooh, I don't want to tell it, but we're just gonna leave it. Shaniqua, are you in here? So y'all remember when we was talking about the superhuman strength? He talked about that, about shoving King Og of Bashan into a 6-year-old body and how they're able to speak in these different languages. And because church folks don't know what they doing because they don't study about this stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, he called up all two. He said his dark ones. Now, why do we know that? Why do we in Okay. Shaniqua, that man said that when he was working in a place where you be at, it was a 6-year-old girl and it was 6 to 8 men holding this girl down, and she started to speak in another language and her body lifted up and she lifted all of them up and she was on her back. She was on her back. What did it tell us in the book of Og? What did it tell us? And she even meant the man even mentioned it's like taking King Og of Bashan or Goliath and putting his spirit into a 6-year-old. Which is what we talked about here. I've been telling y'all. The disembodied spirits are the bodies of the angels' children because they couldn't go to heaven and they couldn't stay here on the earth. So God made them live in the in-between where they thirst. Okay? Where they thirst. Okay? If you missed it, whatever it is, you can go on my YouTube, CERCA TROVA 22. If it's a book, if it's a word, because I'm not going to keep doing it, because I'm going to have to keep saying it. So, if you missed it, CERCA TROVA 22, today's class, I don't even know what it's called, but it'll be the most recent live. Anything you missed, you can go find it there. Okay? I love y'all. The very definition of possession, right? Right. This is how they're able to speak in different languages because they're not okay. And guess what else he said? Oh, let's talk about it. And then I'm not gonna. Who remembers me telling y'all that mental illness is demons? Who remembers our class where we went about the single mind, the double mind? And if you look up double-minded, the Bible said a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. That's bipolar. So the Bible says that a double mind is sick, and the medical community says that a double mind is sick. Remember? There was some people that got mad at me because I said DID is a legion of demons in a person. This man said all of the same thing. He said the devil gets in when the kids are young, shatters them so that he can fragment the mind, and that's when they start calling the different spirits in there. He talked about DID. And exactly what I was telling people 3 years ago. And I didn't even know who this man was, but I was trying to tell y'all what it was. Exactly. We talked about the spirit that caused. We know this for a fact. The three-headed dragon that makes babies not be nonverbal in the mom's womb. That changes their hearing around. That stops their eyes. We literally know. But Christians, oh, the blood of Jesus. How about you learn the name of the demon that is stopping your baby from speaking instead? Because the doctors is giving them more demons to make them more sick. But we gonna move on. My baby said she heard people talking in her head. It's a real thing. You hear me? Dario Phillip, you might not know what I do, but I've been studying this stuff, baby. This is what I do for years. Over 20. My son is almost 30, and he's telling you. I know. I'm not saying I don't, but I know all about it. I have magic books up here, and I have medicine books. Believe me, I ain't wrote a book about it, but believe me, I already know. I do. Confirms on both spiritual and medical field. Come on. Confirmations. It's a real thing. Nephew, all of our classes here is in this man's, with what I told y'all about the everything. I said, not he did a whole compilation of all of our classes in one thing. Two, technically, because the other one about the super soldiers. Yeah. Yeah, so it was people that said I was, my grandson said, Nana, the gray man doesn't talk to me in my ears. In my head, I hear him. Interesting. I need you to start anointing that baby's eyes, his ears, and then I need you to anoint the 4 posts of his bed. You need to anoint his closet, and you also need to ask God to show you what is in there that's allowing that spirit, because this can be an open door. If somebody has prayed a curse over something or incanted a demon into an object, it's just like this. Okay. You know what this for. It ain't just this that they can do that with. They can trap spirits in books. They can trap spirits in chairs. They can trap spirits in shirts. They can trap spirits in any inanimate object, a TV. They can trap a spirit in a cup. They can trap a spirit in this book. That's why some books, when they show you when a book open and the spirit come out. Spirits can inhabit inanimate objects. Harry Potter, for example. Come on. This. Go get you some blessed oil. You can get your own olive oil and ask God to give you the words to pray. And you start praying, because, see, this is the thing. What people don't realize is the moment that you sign up for, yes, I'm mentally ill, the demons be like, bet. That's why it always gets worse. It never gets better. There's always another thing that they're diagnosing you with, because the other demon that came to the surface like, we ain't just bipolar, boo. We not just bipolar. It's more of us in here. Hold up. I'm Jeffrey. I'm Susan. I'm Khalif. How is it that all of them have, their voices don't be the same? They tell you they lived a different life. All of the different what's the name people in there. They can give you a whole thing of what their things are, all of this, because it's many entities. But people think space and time like us. No. Just like the movie Split and Legion. Come on, nephew. Come on. And Gabriel. It was 2 beings in there. It was the regular man driving. But then when another angel came up, boom, them eyes cut, brother. Hey, brother. And you see that it's somebody else over there. That's why I be nervous when people be like, we. Hold on now. And they, who is they? Because it's only you. The demoniac man said, have you come to torture us before our time? Who is us? And it's only one person standing there. Pray over it. And then you anoint your baby. You pray over, ask God to give you the words as you pray. So basically, you're going to take the EVOO, okay? Open it up, dip your finger in there a little bit, put the lid back on. Here, here, here. And then pray over it. God is going to give you the words because I don't know exactly what he's going to have you say. And then you take that in every doorway. So my son is in here, he'll tell you. Okay, because people think that spirits need a door. Like from the outside to the inside, they don't. They can come through a mirror. They can come through a closet. How do monsters get in your kids' room? They didn't come through the front door. They didn't knock. But they be in there. And you notice because they be scratching your kids and your kids be doing stuff. All of that. They don't even need a window. No. Mine came through cards. Come on and tell them, son. Come on and tell them, son. Them Yu-Gi-Ohs and he'll tell you. And the demon showed right up. Did he not? And a coin. You had the big coin too. The coin and the card. And they showed up, right? And had your sisters, Penelope, dragon talking. Show did manifest fully. He telling y'all what it is. And he was 5 or 6 at the time when that happened. Because I had told him you can't have no more than Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon cards. I said, you know what a Pokemon is, son? Yep, and the card was a dragon card, and the dragon showed up. Sure did. Sure did. Sure did. Yep. A pocket monster. Why are you carrying around monsters in your pocket? Monsters ain't never been good. So you didn't shrunk it down and got you a pocket monster. Got it. Interesting. Interesting. Pocket monsters. I had my son make his own Pokemon card at school. Laminated. They had him make his own. Teachers be witches. Look at, let me show y'all this. Lord, please don't let all these books fall. This is at your kids' school. This is at your kids' elementary. It's real magic stuff in here. All your doorways, all your windows, and all the beds. How do you pray over a child that isn't your child? One of my students is being tormented and he's drawing the demon and his emotions on paper. He's nonverbal and autistic. You put it in your lotion and go touch his shoulder. If you can and you touch it, it's ways to do it. You can put it on the tires. And wherever it is, let me tie your shoe for you, honey. Oh, it's okay. I got it. You got oil on your hands, baby. The sole of the feet is the sole of the feet. The witches is doing it. Put some lotion on your hands and put your little oil in there. And pray against that spirit that's tormenting that baby. Ask God to open his mouth because it's the demon that's keeping it closed. This is spiritual warfare, and they never just said for your own family. Look at you, then got a job. Another one on top of the job you already got. Give him a cute notebook that you didn't touch the four corners of it with that blessed oil, honey. My son had a dream last night about a man who was folded into a square on the wall. My son said the man opened his big eyes and they looked like crocodile eyes. Girl, I told y'all that's why I don't too much care for wood grain doors. Because that demon used to be see-through like the Predator on that door. And this is before the Predator came out. I was 4. And he'll be like this. And I can see the outline of him in the door. Because I pee on myself. And then he'll open them eyes up just like that thing on Evil did. That demon that used to be on Evil is real. That show Evil? Yeah, I done seen that. He used to be in my room. And listen, would pee on myself in a minute. A lot of y'all kids peeing on themselves. It's not always a sexual abuse. Them demons. And they'll do stuff and have you, like your kid, say, I didn't do that. You're lying. You're the only one in there. No, they wasn't the only one in there. Because if that's the case, don't jump the next time something fall and you the only one in the room and you know for a fact it shouldn't have fell on the floor. When you hear something drop in your kitchen, make sure you say, no, it isn't, because I was the only one in here. Like, yeah, okay. Because they need you to reject your child. They need you to abuse your child. They need you to call your child a liar so they can come and say, oh, it's okay. I'm going to take care of you. I'm your only friend. Monsters, Inc. In real life. My kids, my son in here, or I don't know if he still is, he'll tell y'all, we always talked about dreams. First thing we ask in the morning, we say, good morning, how did you sleep, and did you dream? Those are the first 3 things that's going to come out my mouth. He was homeless, but he had lost his mind. Listen, it's a real thing. And didn't I tell you them babies? I always get babies a piece of paper. Tell me what you see at nighttime. And so many kids have drawn the same exact thing. The same exact monster looking thing. He looked like a paper bag with arms and these scary eyes. 3 or 4 different children in different decades have all drawn the same thing. You explained it. I showed one of the moms. I said, look at this. That's the picture my baby drew. I said, no, it ain't. Look at today. This was 5 years ago with another little boy who was cutting up and wouldn't sleep. And he's seeing the same thing that your baby just drew today. You make it make sense? Your daughter was being scratched at night. Me too. My mama used to whip me because I used to wake up with 3 scratches. Sometimes they would go from my knees to my legs. But I also used to wake up naked and under my bed. And I didn't never remember taking my clothes off. Telling you. And then it started happening to my oldest daughter when she was 2. I would go looking in her room and she would be under her bed naked. Nobody ain't in the house with us. Y'all done seen the pictures of the demons carrying that person's baby out and you can't see it and the baby is limp. A lot of kids come up missing just like that, but because people won't acknowledge, yeah. You said I'm telling your childhood. I'm trying to tell y'all. See, this is why when people like, oh, whatever. No, I lived it. So I know it's real. The hat man, the bowler hat man that stands there with the coat, yeah, I've been seeing him since I was 3. Baby, I pissed on myself till I was about 11 years old. It wasn't because I was lazy. It was because I can't get past the door because it's a demon right there. Yeah. And so I got real good at getting up, wiping my sheet down because my mom always had a plastic sheet. Baby, I learned how to sleepwalking demonic. Yes. Yes. Sleepwalking is the same thing as the people that work in the old folks' home. And they call it that catatonic state where the person can't walk during the day, but at nighttime they can walk and they super strong crawling walls. It's the same exact thing. It's a spirit that has over your body. Well, I won't say sleep talking. It can be demonic. But a lot of times, God comes to talk to people in their sleep. That's when most of the prophets and stuff got their dreams, was at night. So you will be talking and you don't realize that you're talking to a spirit. But yes, it can be demonic. Yeah, demons say they take grown women. Okay. Do y'all think they just wait till you grown? Demons are evil. Their whole thing is to get a person messed up in childhood. So if they pull the clothes and blankets off the women and pop the women's shirts open and attack men in the scary movie, most of the times the reason that a child is sexually abused is because that spirit was there first. And then the human comes. You ever woke up when you was a little kid, way before you ever were intimate, and your body was reacting to something and you don't even know what it is? It was a demon. They needed to plant the seed. Yeah. And most times it's because SA or some type of perversion runs in the family. So when you produce a child, they are born with the door, a spiritual door that's open. And because it's a generational curse, that spirit has a right to be there. They have legal grounds to stay. My personal terror used to be the shadow man. I don't remember a time I didn't see him as a kid. Me either. He was darker than the shadow and had red eyes. Yep. And he was so big. Yep. Can be just as vicious as a whoremonger, they say. Can't stand the word no. Yes. And they steal your seed too. They do. Hey, how are you? Hey. See? How do you close the door? You have to go to God. Me and my cousin was just talking about this. We was just talking about generational curses and people that have dedicated their children way back in the day, like they're like the same way that we dedicate our lineage to God, we give our children back to God. There are people in witchcraft that do the same thing. So there are people that are cursed because they don't know that their great granddaddy gave 10 generations of his family to the devil for finances back then. And so you be wondering, but I told y'all this before. Even before I watched this man video, I told y'all that. You remember the first time you see him at 5? Okay. And now let me show you something. This is why hiding things from your children, not telling them the truth, do you know that's the door? If you were sexually abused as a kid, you have to tell your children. You have to. Because if you don't tell them and you keep it a secret, the secret is how the demons get to stay. That's how they get to go from generation to generation to generation. I told my kids about the abuse I suffered as a child. All of it. Because I did not want them demons to think that they had to hide. No, you don't get to hide in my kids. We're not doing that. And you're not going to hide in my grandkids either. We're not doing that. Oh, get out of my family tree because my great granddaddy. Listen, I'm trying to tell you. So if your bed shakes and you feel something touching you, that's a demon. Yes. My mom keeps telling me it's sleep paralysis. No, it's not, baby. It's a demon. And I know I'm awake. Yeah. Remember I told y'all the story where I was laying in the bed and my bed went down and I looked up and that thing was there, but it didn't have no eyes. It was the shape of my ex-boyfriend. And I felt my bed go down and it was perched on my bed like a gargoyle. This was in 2001, April, late March, early April. I felt my bed go down, and that thing was perched on my bed like this, but it was in the shape of my ex. The son that's in here right now, he was 3 or 4. His sister was 2. They both ran out of their room at 3 o'clock in the morning screaming, something is in our room. Right after this thing, because I rolled over and said, baby, what you do? You remember this? When we all had the same bad dreams. Listen, they had the same, him and his little sister had the same dream. I ain't never the turtle ones. Come on, son. And why do he talk about the same armor that you and your sister described in 2001? That man said that them demons have that armor on in that podcast. You know I thought about y'all and the turtles and the Beatles. Sure did. It's real. If you don't believe that the spiritual realm, the medicine, the police, and all of this is into it, go watch the show Evil. It will help you understand everything. If you thought it was, oh, they're making it up, go watch the show Evil. They put the right up in plain sight. I didn't yet. This is beating me so much. Painful confirmation, yeah. I remember being in my room and something blew in my ear. Yep. Mind you, no fan or windows were open. Girl. And I rubbed their hands. It's not a game when kids say it's something under my bed. It is. It is. It's something in their closet. If you got young children, just ask them where they feel scared at in your house. They'll tell you where the demon resides. I don't like it, and but every time I get right here, you want to know why a lot of kids are scared of the bathroom? Because demons, a lot of water spirits, and they show their faces in the water. You said, but angels are real too. What does that have to do with anything? We're not talking about angels right now. We helping people know that they're not crazy. We know angels are real, but that's most people believe in angels, but they don't believe in demons. This is why we have people in crazy homes, because don't nobody believe them. So we're helping people understand. Again, this ain't church, it's school. I know in church they only want to talk about the good. They give you the cotton candy. We talk about the ugly over here, the stuff that'll kill you, make you go crazy. We talk about that so that people can be aware. That's true. I used to be terrified to use the bathroom at night when I was little. That's because it'd be evil spirits. And because church folks won't learn, they kids and their family members just suffer because they only want to hear about the good of the Lord. Okay, well, he talked about the spirits of darkness. He talked about the principalities that you're going to have to worry. But Christians don't concern themselves with that because it don't sound like what they want to hear. And so this is why you have people that so-called have the Holy Ghost and they'll shout and be in church, baby, and it's all hell breaking loose in their house because they don't know how to fight the devil because they don't even know what he look like. They don't know his tactics. What kind of war you gonna fight and you don't even know your enemy, nigga? They walk right up on you and hit you in the neck because you don't know how they move. You don't know you can't go in the NFL and don't study the other team's work. You gotta watch their footage so you know when he shake left, he really going right. Well, Christians don't do that. Oh, I don't have to worry about it because God gonna take care of it. Good thing David and them didn't think like that. Good thing they didn't. I taught my children spiritual warfare from the moment they came out. Quit playing. Ask them. He in here. Sure did. And gonna teach my grandkids too. Study the playbook. Come on. My son told me he saw a slender man in his room and then I began to fast and pray. He said he was outside after that. Right. I was laying in bed last night and my light just went off. Reva, spirits are energy. That's why they suck the air out the room. See, people don't want to know. They just want to listen. Demons are everywhere. They're not just in church. They're in school. They're in the hospitals. That's why I don't like hospitals. Baby, you can feel the spirit of death. You can smell it. No, thank you. I steer clear. And they the ones that need organs and tissue and blood and pee. Oh, okay, the same stuff witches need to cast that spell on you before they give you that pill. Oh, okay. My neighbor come talk to me and I got to hear stuff. But when I tell her my stuff, she's scared. She don't want to hear it. It is what it is. So if you don't go to a physical church, how do you give your kid back to God? I mean, the same way they did when there wasn't no churches. Get them baptized and dedicate them. That's it. It wasn't no churches back when Moses and them was giving their kids. You know what I'm saying? What did they do before the tabernacle? You donate. I mean, God, I give my kids back to you. That's it. That's all. Because people ain't even supposed to be getting their kids baptized until they want to accept Christ. Baptism comes after you have the knowledge of God. A 6-month-old don't know nothing about Jesus. You said I was sleeping and I heard a loud creak of the door opening. I couldn't wake up or move my body. Yeah. Parents were and are their first pastors and ministers. You ain't supposed to get baptized till you come to the knowledge of God. And a 1-year-old don't have no knowledge of God. My son lets me know when he needs to anoint his room. Girl, that's my baby. That is his TT baby. You hear me? And because my son in here and they'll be like, Mom, where the oil at? He touches every door frame, window, and his bed. He spends so much time in class and learning, and he does not play. Please tell the people how old my minister nephew is. Ain't he 4? He 4, right? This baby knows how to spot a spirit and know when the energy, but whole folks that be faking and shaking in church, baby, they couldn't see a demon if it was staring them in the face. And I think he only 4. He's 4. He'll be 5 on the 2nd. Oh, okay. Clock that T. My baby got his spiritual warfare. He telling his mama he go get the oil. Something in my room, mama. I need to. Come on. And whole grown-ups don't want to know? Yeah. Do you think it's okay to baptize your own grandchildren? Fast and pray. And if God tell you to do it, do it. Just because they at the church don't mean they not a devil, honey. Because a lot of the churches, the pastors be witches. The Bible didn't say it was synagogues of Satan for nothing. A synagogue is a church. He said, y'all run into the synagogue of Satan and don't even know it. Honey, listen. What we going to do when it's... Okay, let me say this. What you going to do when it's against the law to go to church? Because that's about to be a thing. How will people get saved then? How will you donate them? It's about to be against the law to go to church. Real short. Unless you're going to be serving a one world leader, which will be the synagogues of Satan. You're not going... Where you going to go? What you gonna do? Because it's about to be against the law to worship Jesus, the creator. It's about to be against the law. That's why they killing all them folks in all them other countries right now. My Gma always said more devils in the church. Listen. That's why it's scary that people only think that you can get a relationship with God when you saw it during COVID. Because before COVID, oh, they ain't been in church. They didn't backslid after church. Oh, okay. So was everybody backslid around the world that couldn't go to church because it was against the law? If you got caught in there, you was going to get in trouble with the... Make it make sense. Because the disciples could not openly worship. They had, this is why the Ethiopians was making churches in mountains that you got to dang near risk your life to go worship God because you couldn't do that. So what do y'all be talking about? That's why they started having church in the house because they wasn't welcome in the synagogues. Don't forget. Don't forget that. And the people that he was calling vipers and murderers and whoremongers and adulterers and sluts and stuff was the church folks. Clock that T. The only place he went tearing up stuff was the sanctuary. Because he was around the holes and I ain't never seen him kicking over no things. Please, and Solomon was the wisest man that ever lived. If you believe that Solomon was the wisest man that ever lived, raise your hand and I'm going to read you something. All of our medical journals, like the names of plants and stuff like that and how they broke down and what he did all of that. Okay. To our handy dandy notebook, WOIU, where's book 1? You think Enoch was? We'll be able to ask him shortly, won't we? Because he on his way back. Interesting. He got a lot of knowledge, but a lot of it he didn't get to bring back. Some of it he did. But most of his knowledge he got once he couldn't sit here anymore. So if you've never read the Testament of Solomon, excuse me, it's a really good book. But I want to read something to you really quickly. This ain't my old book. Okay. So before we get it, did he write the book of demonology? He did. Not King James. King James just reproduced everything. He just did. Because this is the original book of demonology, the one I'm about to read to you, and it was way before King James. This is the Testament. It's not the Lesser Key. That's a magic book. If you want to invite demons into your house, that's what you go get. But listen to this. Okay. Then, since death was androgynous, what does androgynous mean? What's the definition of androgynous? Them men smell good. Moving on. Both. Having the appearance of both male and female. Okay. Is that something that we're experiencing now in our times? Both genders in one. So a trans person can be both male and female. Some days when they're transitioning, they're male, and some days when they're transitioning, they're female. Yes or no? Is this true? Trans just means to go the opposite way. Like transgressing means to go the opposite way of God's word. When you transgress, Adam and Eve transgressed. Solomon was. He was. At the end of his life, he definitely was. But, okay. Let me say this, Tracy. Understand. Okay, let's do this real quick before we even go deeper in it. Where are all my church people at? Raise your hand. And some people are intersex. That's what somebody just said. Intersex people would be considered androgynous. They are both male and female at the same time. You did? Okay. Okay. Y'all just what was the question I just asked y'all right before that? Because I just forgot. Dang it. I had a brain fart. What did I just say right before I asked y'all to raise y'all hand? I was reading the email that came up there. Jesus. Okay, who are the church folks? Thank you. Okay, church folks. All right, the church folks. Okay. When we heard pastors say that Solomon asked for knowledge and God gave him all knowledge and all wisdom, how many of you, be honest, just thought that meant biblical information? Because that's the way they taught it to me. The way that they preach it in church when they say all knowledge is mainly biblical knowledge. Okay. Can you tell me the definition of all? What's the definition of all? What does it say? No, thank you. Everything under the sun. I said no, go away. Encompassing everything, excluding nothing, referring to the whole, everything and everyone, everything good and bad. So does that mean that God gave Solomon the understanding of potions? The whole quantity. Does that mean that he gave him the knowledge about the remedies to I can't think of what it's called, the anecdotes? Does that mean that he was the first bird whisperer? Because knowledge of all is understanding the animal's language. It said that he used to use the animals and he could speak to the animals because a part of all knowledge was understanding when birds sang and stuff. When the lion roared, he could have a conversation with him. Oh, he could talk to beetles. The original Dr. Dolittle. Oh, okay. You know who else he could communicate with? Trees, grass, because these things are living. The scientists even say it right now. He was the five senses and spirit master. Okay. So then why do we have pastors and ministers that limit what people can read when they say if it ain't in the 66, don't read it? But these same pastors will have you go read a T.D. Jakes book, a Joel Osteen book, their book that they wrote. Those books are outside of the 66, are they not? I don't remember Joel Osteen being mentioned in the King James. What's the man that be yelling that everybody like? And he talk like this because his voice real raspy. What's his name? What's the pastor? He old school, like apostolic, old school. Geno Jenkins. Okay, was his name mentioned in there? Geno. But if he wrote a book, his people will read it. How many of y'all was church folks? Be honest, because we're going to do the honest thing right here. How many of y'all was church folks and they told you not to read out of the 66, but then they would send you to a Juanita Bynum book, or they would send you to T.D. Jakes' book, or they would send you to a Woman That Word Loose book to go get it and read it? Be honest. Are those books from the Bible, or are they from that author? Watchtower, who writes that? Not Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. Not Joel or Noah. Who writes the Watchtower? Who publishes that? So do they really not want you to read out of the 66 because they tell you to? The next time somebody tell you don't study what you study, and ask them how many different authors that they have on their shelf that are not biblical authors. And what I mean by that is it's not Mark like how this is Jeremiah. This is the book of Jeremiah. Okay, but broke down. It's as thick as the Bible because they broke the whole book of Jeremiah down. This Jeremiah book. So technically, this is just one of the books out of the Bible. This is the whole book of Jeremiah right here. But next time your pastor, and when you try to tell them about the lost books, ask them how many books on their shelf they got that was written by T.D. Jakes, Joel Osteen, Creflo Dollar, any of them people. Even the old white man, what was his name that used to be on TV when we was little? Charles, whatever his name is. Ask him how many of the, and say, well, I don't remember the Bible referencing them. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Billy Graham, Charles Stanley. I bet you they got some books by Charles Stanley on their shelf. I bet you they do. He wasn't mentioned in the Bible either. His books that he wrote are not in the Bible. But they'll tell you to read that. Jimmy Swagger, all of them. John Hagee, Charles Wigglesworth. Charles Wigglesworth? That is a funny last name. All of them. You see how they played in your face? You see how they played in your face this whole time? God says that his people, not oral robbers. Yep, my auntie used to send her money into him. God, he didn't say the world is going to perish because they don't have enough knowledge, because the world goes seeking for knowledge. This is a lot of times how they get in trouble. Joyce Myers, too. He said, my people, the church folks, ain't going to have enough information, and because of that, they are going to perish. What's the definition of perish? He didn't say the world. He said, my people. Mines. My people. Hello. Tammy Faye Baker, Lord Jesus. The saved Dolly Parton. It means doomed for destruction is what perish means. Joe speaks life. Funny, because I just received my books from Cindy Trim today. Hilarious. Perish, to become destroyed or ruined or cease to exist. So why would God say that his people were doomed for destruction, are going to be destroyed or ruined or even cease to exist because they don't have enough knowledge? Make that make sense? The original eyelash lady, and pink hair, don't forget that. The strawberry blonde. That wasn't strawberries, cotton candy pink, with a blue eyeshadow on and a rosy cheeks. I didn't see the clown if I ever see. No, I'm just playing. Let me stop. The Lord might get me. She's a reverend. Okay, moving on. Robbie. You said let your smile change the world, but don't let the world change your smile. This. You said that was from Webster, aka the Holy Spirit. Listen. Sudden or untimely loss of life. Why would he say that about his people and not the world? Can anybody go to Hosea 4 and 6 and post the scripture for folks that think I'm lying? Hosea 4 and 6, please. Can somebody post it? Copy and paste it here. Do I want to answer questions on your TikTok live? Probably not. You should answer questions on your TikTok live. I'm answering questions on my TikTok live. You can send them over here and they can ask questions. I mean, or to my email or something. Why would I do that? Because he getting the boxing gloves on for his people to enter the ring first before the rest of the world. Listen. You said, how do you know which one? How do you know which one is? What do you mean? I don't understand. Because the world is more in tune with the things of the spirit world. Bad spirits are still spirits in the church folk. Listen, Nisi Poo. The Bible said they was going to cover their ears and cover their eyes and say, I don't want to hear it. How many of you have tried to take the lost books that are mentioned in the KJV to your church folks, and they clearly said they don't want to hear it? And it's more information about the rest of the stories in the Bible. It's the middle parts that they don't get. And they think that them 3 sentences is all there is to the whole story. My people are destroyed because they have no knowledge. Hosea 4 and 6. Okay. He didn't say the worldly people. He said my people. Called you by name. Oh, there you go, Auntie. Thank you. My people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Because you have rejected knowledge, I will also reject you from being priest for me. Oh. So you can get up here. Praise the Lord, everybody. And no, I can't sing. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah. costume on. I see. Then it's another costume. This one. This one right here. Y'all know this one. And the Lord said, read. And ain't said nothing. You know how I know? Because the lives of your parishioners haven't changed. They still feel comfortable doing the same things they've been doing for 20 years. Because you ain't going to tell them nothing that's going to run them out because you need your paycheck. Oh, so you tell them not to go deeper, not to go higher, and you wonder why the same spirits are still ruling your church. Hallelujah! Thank you, Jesus. Tell him God, he's good, y'all. Tell him it. Stop it. It's rehearsed. It's rehearsed. People don't even feel the spirit when they go to church no more. I know, my daughters just went. And it was a church that I used to go to. Baby, when you was in a parking lot, the hair on your body would stand up. Not no more. No more. You left feeling convicted like you needed to change something. Not no more. Do you hear me? Do you understand? It's right there in the word that the people that reject knowledge, God has rejected them. Right in your word, there's lost books that are mentioned, and the pastors and the organizations are telling them we don't read that. Oh, okay, God rejected you. Just say that then. Don't try to put it on me. Oh, God rejected you as a pastor because he said the shepherds have waxed fat, which means they went to school. They had to read this to get their PhD in biblical studies, but they tell you not to read it. They tell you, oh, that's just for reference. Okay. 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 So it's crazy because God said that his people was going to reject the knowledge. And if you try to take these lost books, the book of Adam and Eve, the rest of Ezra, he said there are so many books just on Jesus and his miracles that it's not enough books to hold them. So what do you think? I mean, you really think that, you don't think Jesus wants you to know what happened between 1 and 12 and then 12 and 30? Because there's some stuff, and you can read it. You can hear what happened to his mama. And that she walked at 9 months old. And then she was taken at 3 to apply. That ain't in your Bible, though. You don't know that her mama was barren, Anna and Joachim. I didn't know until I started reading lost books. You don't know that Jesus spoke in the cradle as soon as he came out. In the thing. Right. Do you hear me? It's so much that is missing. But if God said, if this all you want right here, you don't, that's like somebody asking you your favorite color, your favorite food, your favorite holiday, and saying, I know everything I need to know. You can't tell me I don't know you. I know your favorite holiday, duh. I know your favorite color, duh. So, you don't know me though. Now look, damn it. I said no, go away. Now how is you still coming on and I didn't read it? Go away, because you're not getting in here. You're rude. Do me a favor. Go to Google. AI won't tell you. Y'all be using chatbot GPT. Ask chatbot GPT or AI on your phone or Google how many books are mentioned in the Bible that aren't in there while I go run to the restroom. The numbers might vary a little, but go look up How many books are mentioned in the Bible that are not in the King James? They're mentioned in there, but the actual book is not in there. It's a number. What we come up with, family? They said 15. It told me numerous. While the exact number can vary, there are at least 15 notable non-canonical books mentioned throughout the scriptures. Sorry, 80. Interesting. So they're just talking about these. Y'all, so look, I can see Jesus handing out 300 question pop quiz on how well do you know him. Ooh, to the people waiting in line for judgment. Ooh, and you can't. He said, I don't know you because you never knew me. Somebody said 75. Okay. Okay, Mari, think about it. They're gonna say, Jesus, I prophesied in your name. I did this. He said, you go away from me. You were. I never knew you. Would you want somebody to be around you that don't even care about what you went through in your childhood? You ever been with a person, like in a relationship, and you try to tell them, and they were like, okay, get over it. What? Oh, so you don't care about my trauma. I'm trying to share who I am because this is, you asked me why I am the way that I am. Well, I got to take you back here so you can know. I do that now, so I know he not pleased. Mari. I love it here. Okay. Not WOIUers, people that are not a part of my university. Do you know that there's a story where they blame Jesus for killing a little boy? He was like between 5 and 8. And he was playing with some little boys. Okay. And the little boy fell off the roof. Okay. And the kids ran and lied and said Jesus killed him. Jesus walked slow. Not WOIUers. Okay, good job. Good job, yes. So, in there, okay, Jesus called out to the dead boy and said, hey, did I kill you? And the boy's dead body spoke, no, you didn't. Do you know that the first person the first miracle Jesus did was not turning water to wine? It was to heal the midwife. Her hand, she had probably had a stroke. And as soon as she picked Jesus up, her hand was healed. That is the first miracle after after being born that he did. Because one of the first miracles that he did before he was born, we know it was a lot, but the Hebrew boys. The Hebrew boys. Because he wasn't even born yet, and he was already doing miracles. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Because how you recognize somebody that ain't been born? Make that make sense. Oh, okay. Some old Terminator stuff. I'm here from the future. I'm your mama, and I'm going to be your son. Oh, okay. Yeah, they got that from somewhere. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. His blanket had healing powers. The whole baptism, and if you touch him with the water, that comes from Jesus's birth, because Mary would bathe Jesus, and then people would come and get the water that he was bathed in, and as soon as they touched it, they was healed. But the whole touch the hem of the garment, that started when he was a baby. The whole reason the alabaster, come on, right? He's God in the flesh. Miracles didn't just start the final 3 years of his life. Come on, baby. Come on, daughter. Come on. And why wouldn't you want to know? He done been so good to you, you don't want to know nothing but what somebody else done told you. You didn't go looking for yourself. Oh, okay, well, do you then. The body told on them just like a little kid tells on their parents, my baby gets free entry because he's 3 this. Just like you don't want to know him then. You want to know him so that you can make people that do drugs and drink and are homeless look bad. Oh, okay. The same people that Jesus went to go sit with and kick it with. Okay. Sisters and brothers, sanctified self. Homeless person can't even touch you because you see them being dirty, but you didn't say that to your reverend that was back there beating up his boyfriend cakes in the back of his office. Never mind, but he ain't. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, okay. Or your pastor wife that be sleeping with all the women. Yeah, right. And I'm not saying, right. Oh, okay. What about your pastor that's a thief? What about him? Because it's not if they dirty to you, it's if they're dirty to God. And sexual sin, what about the pastor that's anointed, but he's sleeping with everybody's wife? What about that? Because in God's eyes, he's filthy. The stench of his sexual sin raises just like praises do, just so you know. So it's only evil if it looked dirty or nasty. Got it. Listen, and do. And he ain't handing out excuses for his standard at all. Come on. Come on. This is what I be saying. So folks will look at what don't look like what they used to seeing if you don't sit yourself down somewhere, because they're not held to the law, sweetie. They ain't came to God yet. You are the filthy person. Because you know God and you still doing whatever. You sit down. And that's why I used to get kicked out of churches. Because y'all not about to come. Well, first time I got kicked out, I was about 10. Because I stood up in my grandma's church. I don't even know why I said the Spirit of the Lord is no longer here. And they said I couldn't come back. Okay. Did. In this Apostolic Pentecostal Church, PAW, honey. Put me right on out. Did. On a Sunday night. I'll never forget it. I was 10 years old. And been getting put out of churches ever since. Because this ain't what they're saying. And y'all not about to. And my grandma had a nervous breakdown, and somebody said that in a way she was doing witchcraft in some form or fashion. And witchcraft can be sexual sin. Witchcraft can be money. It can be a number of things. Because rebellion is witchcraft. You can be rebelling against God, something God told you to do, and be in witchcraft. So she didn't even have to do no extra. She could just not be listening to God as the leader and still be in witchcraft. Manipulation and control. Witchcraft. Your membership has been banned. Laugh out loud. Curse out. And I always had a family member do it. Why you couldn't get Brother Brown to do it? Why you had to use one of my family? The first time it was my uncle. The second time it was my brother. No joke. Walked me right on out in front of everybody. I was 14 years old. They told me, you cannot come back here. Well, that pastor ended up losing his mind right after that. Moving on. My grandma had a mental break after she moved me out to clock that T. And I was a child. Clock it. Yeah. And they used to minister together, this man and my grandmother, back in the day, like in the 50s or 40s or whatever, I don't know, did. And both of them end up having, yeah, it's not a game. Because if you call to be a prophet, you call to be a prophet from a child. It don't get on you once you accept God. It was there before. Oh, okay. Just like if you have the gift to sing, it don't start when you accept Christ. You got a voice already. That's how you can use your gift for the devil, R&B, or whatever, or for God. It doesn't just, your kids have their gifts the moment they're born. You're welcome, Trina. Kids that have the gift of dreams, Daniel, y'all think he just started dreaming once we knew about him? No, he had been dreaming. That's why they didn't like him. Because he'd been telling them, I seen you still down and still in my dream last night. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Don't tell nobody else no more. Be quiet. I know, because I was that person. It's a white light above you. I just saw it in the corner. Well, hey, Dad. No, I don't know. Maybe somebody pulled up outside, girl. I don't know. Mm-hmm. 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 The kid that I'll be like, I don't like her. Her is me. Her scare me. Whole time this lady at home torturing her kids. But she fake nice. But kids can see. Because they haven't been told what they see. Is it real? No. You can use olive oil, but they use frankincense and myrrh. I have an auntie, every time she picked up a baby, they screamed. It didn't matter whose baby it was. She used to torture kids, too. Beat them, starve them. And newborn babies knew her spirit was wrong. I'm talking about every time she held one of my kids, they would cry. Anybody brought kids to her house, they was always, you could feel the fear. They don't ever have to have been and met her. Walking in her house, kids ready to go. I don't want to stay here. No, it's going to be fine. She like, girl, they going to be fine. And I'm talking about whole torture, taking hangers and wrapping socks around them and whooping your kids on the bottom of their feet so you don't know she been tearing your kids up. That kind of torture. Starving them. Eating in front of them. And yeah. My son does that. He told a woman in the mall in Indiana, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Girl, it's a lot of witches in Indiana. My goodness, I have so much homework. Listen, it makes me think about pets. Them dogs don't be barking at somebody for no reason. That girl, because I had a little chihuahua, and my ex-husband's friend, every time, baby, she could hear him coming from, like, we lived in townhouses. He ended up moving in our apartments where we lived, girl. When he would start walking, mind you, I'm at the end of one. You know how the townhouse buildings be, and he lived in a building, not just like an apartment, like, but in the same, like, I could look down and see his house. My dog would shoot from all the way upstairs when she knew he was coming and just start barking at the door. I'm like, what is you barking at, baby? Here come 2 minutes later. Here you come on the thing. She did not like him. And that ended up being the same man that came down to our house one time drunk and said he was going to shoot through my window. I said, that ain't my bedroom window one. That's my daughter's room. She hated that man. Hated him. I mean, she'll be growling like she ain't even that kind of. She be that old guttural. She did not mess with him. My cat didn't like my baby daddy. I should have listened. My son didn't like mine either. I should have listened. Moving on. For real. Listen. My grandson started yelling at me, I love you with the love of Jesus. My heart was filled with joy. Oh. Tia, my dogs do that only when with my mom's sister. They even hear her voice on the phone and immediately get up and go to the other room. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so think about it. God just took the ability for us to understand animals. They still understand us. We all used to talk the same language in the garden. Disney shows you all day long. So just because they can't tell us in words what they want to say, don't mean they don't see what they want to see. They see. The snake was talking to Eve, unless you don't believe the Bible. And that is when all of the animals' ability to speak was taken away. Now, God left remnants so that we could know the parrots and different dogs that say, and all of that. But for the most part, what happened at the Tower of Babel happened in the garden. When God confused the languages, that wasn't the first time that happened. It was the second time. The first time was Adam, Eve, and the animals. History repeats itself. My son doesn't like my sister either. He saw a frog spirit on her, and we researched it. It turns out it was a spirit associated with Hecate. I don't never know how to say that. But that was an Egyptian goddess, right? My dog be seeing stuff. Yeah. There's nothing new under the sun. True. True. And that's how the devil has been able to go so long. Like, prime example. Now, who been here with me for at least 2 years? I'm about to show you something. And we talked about this the other day. That's right. I talk to my animals, and I know they understand. My horse will come to me even. Yes, it's true. Okay. So y'all remember when I told y'all, I said most church people don't know when they looking at evil stuff, and they only call it evil when it already looks evil. So then if I wanted to put spells and stuff in front of you, all I got to do is make it pretty. You see how many people is telling people don't go watch Sinners? It's pray before you go, but they don't make their kids pray before they watch Disney Channel, because all the same vampires, evil spirits showing up, genies, fairies, and that lead you to mischief they're just pretty on Disney. Is there not magicians on Disney? Thank you, Pumpkin. What is this? Thank you, Nicole. What is this? Do you see this on Disney? Witches, warlocks, fairies. Okay, nephew, come on. Do you see this on Disney or don't you? Do you see this on Disney or don't you? Well, go on and jump off then. Go on and let your kids watch magic then. Fairy godmother at its finest. So it's okay as long as magic looks like this. Ooh, y'all about to make me big. Never mind. I'm just going to go on and do it. Hold on. Who going to help me clean up? That's what I want to know. Who is about to help me clean up this mess once I pull it all out of here? So, as long as magic look like this, bippity boppity boo, yes, I am your godmother. Magically, I will turn your shoe into a pumpkin. So that magic and that witchcraft is okay. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. What about this magic then? Let me see, because I might have some more magic for you. I think I know another. Hold on. Okay. What about this magic? What about this witchcraft? What about this? What about this? Make a wish and blow out the candles. Okay. What about this? What story is this from on Disney? Princess, apple. What was going on with the apple? It was a magic spell put on the apple to make her be in a coma until a certain person came around. Was it not? But the poison didn't kill her. Then it was a pinprick. Oh, and so we got apples and princesses, and we got pinpricks with blood magic. Because she pricked her hand on a spindle that was so blood magic is okay as long as it's on Disney. That's what you're telling me? Okay, maybe not that one. All right. So maybe this magic is okay. Maybe this will do it. Maybe this will be the one. Maybe this. Maybe this magic is not so. So what? So what about? So what about this magic? Poor unfortunate souls. What about this? The sea witch? This okay witchcraft for you? What about this? Hello? She gave her a potion and she transformed. She went from a fish person to human legs. You mean the same way they giving people potions now that change them from a man to a woman and a woman to a man? Never mind. And the same side effects are happening. Whatever the gift that God gave you, you don't have it no more. Once she got something from the witch and she transformed, she couldn't sing no more. It took her voice. When you transform now, you lose the ability to produce life. Interesting. Your bones get brittle. Some people that have something formed here have hair growing out so they can't even use it if they wanted to. Some of them keep closing up because it wasn't supposed to be there. And so they never even get to use it for what it was used for. Oh, never mind. Because witches and warlocks come to steal, kill, and destroy. That's what they do. Please tell me the definition of pharmacy. To those of you that know, you know. I'm listening. What's the definition of pharmacy? Tell me. Tell me what it is. While we talking about sinners and magic, let's talk about it. Come on. What's the definition? Witchcraft. The definition of pharmacy in its original Latin word means magic, medicine, incantations, spells, poison, and witchcraft. So it's people that'll tell you don't go see sinners, but they got spells in their purse in the church. Matter of fact, they leave out of the sanctuary to go take a spell. Oh. So magic is okay, what? Just as long as... Make it make sense. The cutting of roots. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. And the same potion they giving these pot bellies and rolls to surfboards. Oh, and abs. Come on, Mari. Come on. Because think about it. Nutty Professor. Nutty Professor is Ozempic. I was researching and found the meaning and part of the fairy godmother spell in Cinderella. Okay. The practice of preparing and dispensing drugs and the more ambiguous concept of drugs for medicinal or harmful purposes. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's what. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. You said, is the communion considered witchcraft? I never understood why they drink the blood and eat the body. Okay. So, no, communion is not. Okay. No, communion is not. Right? But Satanists have took what God did, right? You hear me? And mimicked it. Because there is a spiritual significance to having you do that. Right? Do you understand? There's a spiritual significance as why he said that. Right? Satan has perverted it like he's perverted everything else. He's the father of the mimicking spirits. Right? He has his priest. He has his holy days. And he takes God's word, right? And just puts his name there. If you go look up the devil's Bible, it's literally the Bible with him, God as the adversary. You couldn't even write your own stuff. Matter of fact, to do your spells, you have to use what God created, Lucifer. Make your own stuff. Oh, you can't because you're not a creator. You're a created being. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Prior to Jesus coming, blood had to be shed for the sins that we did. You said, oh my God, I literally just told my coworker this while listening to you, and here you go. It's a real thing. Because we were all born sinners because of our great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy Adam and our great-grandma who couldn't mind her business, messy, always in folks' stuff, doing something she ain't got no business. Right. So everything that came out of them, do you understand, was sin. And what's the wages of sin? Tell me. Hello? What's the wages of sin? What's the cost of sin? Death. So we were all born into death. Blood had to be shed so that every time that God see us, he don't wanna. You ever got like husband, kid? I could strangle you. You better be happy your daddy here saving me. You better be happy your grandma here. You better be happy we outside. You better be happy I gotta go to work. You better be happy If it wasn't for them, I'd be on your tail. Well, if it wasn't for Jesus, the first time we did something, it would be immediate death. Babies lie at newborn. They be newborn liars. They be newborn deceivers. 6-month-old don't even be nothing wrong with them. They be lying. Because as soon as you walking around, they... Oh, ain't nothing even wrong with you. Oh, okay, so you a manipulator. Oh, okay. Babies that barely know how to walk can crawl, get something, and they will crawl and try to hide from you. Okay. So you deceitful. And you ain't even 8 months old. Oh. They hide when they gonna boo-boo. Why? Because they know they're not supposed to be boo-booing in their diaper. So you deceitful before you can even get on the toilet. Oh, okay. Who innocent? Nobody. Not a one. Not a soul. Not a snapping turtle or nothing. Not nobody. Oh. This part, Salah Kodala means of age girls in Torah, small stage platform, place of many flies. Ooh. Ooh. Crazy. Oh, okay. See how people was about to argue with me until they looked over at their kid or thought about, yeah. Sure did, because I asked you what you had and you gonna lie and say nothing, and I looked in your mouth and there was something in there, liar. Deceitful. They'll take off running and try to put it behind their back and can barely run, not realizing all you gotta do is snatch them, but you don't want to choke. You don't want them to choke, so you don't chase them. Come here. What you got? And then you got to take your finger and pry it out of the little thief's mouth. The little dishonest, deceitful 1-year-old that you have. Oh, okay. Who's good? Tell me. That's what God said. It's going to be kids in hell, too. Don't let these folks lie to you. Do not. Oh, okay. 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 People, I said, she lying. Ain't nothing wrong with her. She's not lying. She's just upset. She's a liar. She can't even talk yet, but she lied. Make that make sense. Because ain't nothing wrong with her. She dry. She don't want no hug. I just sit her down because if she can see me, guess what she's going to do? She's going to shut up. So that means something. She's a liar already. He's a liar already. Already. Before they even hit 1 year old, I already know how to manipulate. They already working under the Jezebel spirit. You can't control me because just because you cry don't mean I'm going to pick you up. Oh, okay. Why folks say it's the horror spirit. No, it's manipulation and control, as a matter of fact. So some of your children come here with the Jezebel spirit on them, men and women. Oh, okay, never mind. Moving on. Let's get it. If we're going to call it out, let's call it all out. Oh, okay. Oh, never mind. How many pastors love superheroes? How many pastors say their favorite superhero is such and such? Oh, you mean the fallen angels' children? The superhumans was the fallen angels' children. They were bastards. Were they not? Who were the superhumans? And where do they always tell us the superhuman came from? Superman, where did he come from? Genetic mutation. Something from outer space came down. They came in contact with it and it changed the molecular structure, did it not? Spider-Man. The black ooze. Where'd that come from? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yes, your 2-year-old niece will do something she knows she's not supposed to do, then come hugging me or her daddy talking about love you before she's even lectured. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So she tried to do you like Adam and them did. We weren't hiding. We just knew we was naked, so we just didn't want to bother you or nothing. He said, well, what you hiding for, huh? What did you do, huh? Huh? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Off topic, but at Disney, the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique age limits are 3 to 12. I just realized it, and it lines up with the age used in the part of the spell I deciphered. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hold on. Why is 3 to 12? Wait a minute. But 3 to 12 is Mary. Remember? She was in the monastery from 3 to 12 when she started her period. Remember? Which is crazy. So he want to get to the women at the age. Girl. So the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, she's dissecting the spell, and she goes to Disney a lot. And the age of the boutique is 3 to 12. And the spell was talking about getting young women at a young age or at a certain age between a certain point is what the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo is actually. And most likely the belief and imagination system is the strongest too. Yes. 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 They know. This is why Satanists and Luciferians, this is why they always want the kids. And how many of y'all have heard me say they tell your kids the truth? They tell the kids the truth. They show the kids all the beings, all the magic. These books up here tell it. I'm trying to tell you. I've been trying to tell you. So you not understanding magic, you can't help your kid. Your kid could be 10 years in and you wouldn't even know because you think it's make-believe. All the ology books. Thank you. So you wouldn't know if your because if I don't dress like a witch with black, if I just look like this, and this is the thing, most real witches, you wouldn't even know because they're not even going to talk about you because it's secret knowledge. You be worried about the people that got all black on and look scary. Them people just don't want to be bothered. They've been hurt by folks. And so that is a smoke screen to keep folk. Most of them people be the sweetest people you ever met. It's the person that don't look like it is the person you need to be worried about. God said don't let the outside fool you. Check the inside. Find out what's going on in here. And just so you know, that book that I showed y'all, this He Came to Set the Captives Free right here. The people that came to get her, to take her to, is that Jay-Z and Beyonce's clothes they had on in Tom Ford? Never mind. Yeah, hope we partnered with weirdos. Moving on with the animal faces. Yep, they was telling you the animal they was about to go turn into once they went down there and did that incantation. Oh, okay, like that man talked about in that podcast last night. Moving on. So anyway, yeah, they talked about that in here. This just reminded me of the girl the influencer was doing to all the girls and teenagers in the show like Evil. Come on. Come on. Come on. The jingle and the elevator trend. Yep. That's, remember, nephew, do you remember here? And I said, we not jumping on all these trends. Most folks don't even realize what they is and don't even know they doing magic. And then folks was calling me crazy and getting me reported and stuff. And the original Grimm brothers tell Cinderella was between 10 and 12. Come on. And we got it in there. The Grimm fairy tales are right there. It's up there, Niecy Pooh, right behind this book. Okay. Y'all feeling me now? It was a VR game. It sure was. And the demons was talking to the kids. The evil spirits was talking to the kids through the video games. But when somebody tell us it's a voice speaking to them, we laugh. Nigga, I'm telling you, it was a voice coming out the TV. Man, you was high, man. No, I'm telling you. Because spirits are energy. And they don't... How many times have we saw in the scary movies, you done picked up the phone, and you know you ain't picked it up to call nobody, and somebody just start talking. Oh, okay. 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 You ain't gonna tell nobody, but you know what happened. You done been talking on the phone and heard another voice, and they used to try to say the lines crossing. Well, we using Bluetooth now, so how is the lines crossing now? We ain't hooked to no cord. Hello. Make it make sense. Poltergeist with the little girl. You know exactly where I'm going with it, Niecy Pooh. A lot of kids that's missing went into the spiritual realm. Demons be opening them doors for them babies so they can get out the house. They open the drawers to get the knives. They do. If they can open the door and scare you, why wouldn't they open the door while you sleep and got you knocked out drunk and then go in there and open your kid door? If they can make something drop and wake your kid up, your kid is going to go looking, and they'll show themselves shapeshift into a little kid and say, you want to play with me? And parents, that's why I told you, my son, I don't know if he in here or gone, my kids was not allowed to have imaginary friends. Ah! Nope. Was not. We didn't even play that. As soon as they get to talking about imaginary friend, we going to slap. Oh, there we go. Oh, you still in here. Was y'all allowed to have imaginary friends, son? Absolutely not. Yeah, y'all saw imaginary. But they was about to pull her into that world and never seen again. A lot of these kids, because people don't believe that there are portals that demons can open, but they don't believe it. It's, if a person can go through a portal on Disney, the Disney movie Monsters, Inc., this, and they use their closet door as a portal. Come on, Monk. They be putting our aunt's house and Will. I'm trying to tell you. This is the thing. What's the easiest way to hide the truth? Yep. Yep. I know who you're talking about. I know exactly who you're talking about, son. My auntie almost got pulled through when she was grown. Like 17. She said she was doing... I told them this already. I told them this. The devil came on... He opened up a portal in her room. She was doing window panes, if you know what that is. And my mom had just got baptized in Jesus' name and filled with the Holy Ghost. And in the dream, or this thing that happened. I don't think it was a dream. A portal opened up and the devil was trying to drag her through it. And in the dream or the vision or this situation, my mother was pulling her back through. But I think that my auntie, like, yeah. So, in real life, Chronicles of Narnia, girl, this. They show you what the kid and where kids always going in the closet. You would catch a kid in the closet and then you be like, "Who are you talking to?" "My friend." "Close your door." Ain't nobody in there with them. Yep, the portal in the wardrobe. And kids is always in the closet. Always in the closet. And most times when they're in the closet, they doing something they ain't got no business. Interesting. The goblins in the labyrinth come through and take the babies. Come on. Yep. Yep. That's why you scared of closets now. I'm trying to tell you. Like, the easiest way to hide the truth is in plain sight, right in a person's face. So, I desensitize you by making it cute. But you don't realize magic is magic. You don't realize that the ghoul, like, okay, Casper the Friendly Ghost. Was he able to move stuff? He saw her moving in the house before she ever even knew he was in there. Oh, okay. He was able to talk to people too. He only showed himself to the people he wanted to show himself to. Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, I'm 30 and still don't like to sleep with my closet open. Will not. Will not. And I still don't sleep in a pitch dark room either. Because I didn't see the dark that's darker than the dark, and I don't want it to come visit. I didn't see the darkness that's darker than the earthly darkness standing over my bed watching me sleep. It's dark in here. Why are you darker than the dark? Make that make sense. And to those of you that have seen them, they're darker than the dark. They're darker than the dark because it says that it's not an earthly darkness that covers them. And this is why they're darker than the darkness. He's connected himself to the Dash TV Casper. Uh-oh. Thought it was already dark in here. How it get darker? This part. And why do the darkness got eyes that open in a flash like this? Oh, hell no, I'm about to pee on myself. I am about to pee on myself. Indeed, every time they open them eyes, nigga, I was pissing. I'm trying to tell you. This, ooh, your heart be beating fast because you know they there. You be trying to move in. The brother sitting on top of you while the other was sitting in front of the door, baby. I'm about to pee. Every time you say all down my legs, I'm trying to tell you. So we lived the same childhood. Got it. He used to sit on my bed or stand above me and watch me in my bed. Yeah, this is why I don't play nobody watching me sleep right now. And all the people that used to try to watch me, all the people that watch me sleep tried to kill me too. That's why I don't play that. 3 people that I would wake up and they would, no. All of them tried to strangle me. All jokes, I don't play that. You do not stand over. I don't play that. I turn over and you looking at me with no, we won't be in the same bed no more. I don't need you to watch me sleep. The Lord got that. I do not need you to watch me sleep. Oh, hell no. What is you watching me sleep for? You said to scream, I would have scrumped. Girl. Yeah, baby. What about the movie 13 Ghosts? It's mental illness. Okay. Y'all ready to be? Is we gonna talk about it? Y'all want to talk about it? Who gonna be honest and say they heard voices in their life, whether as a kid or if you took ADHD medicine as a child, you saw things once you took the medicine. Be honest that when you was on the medicine, you could see more spiritual things than when you wasn't. You have all your life. Oh, okay. Mine watched and took pictures. Okay. Okay. And you still hear them. Okay. More than one? More than 2? I almost got abducted by a ship when I was 9. I never told anyone. 30 years later, my sister says she saw it. I believe it. You didn't take medicine, but you heard voices. Okay. I have never been on medication, but I damn sure heard voices. Thank you for being honest. Because a lot of people don't want to talk about it, but my son is in here and he'll tell you this is all we deal with. Because I believe the Bible. I believe everything that the Bible says. I believe all of it. My bipolar meds amplified their voices to me and allowed them to take over my body. Okay. Truth. Because how is it that they got to keep, if it's a chemical imbalance, why do they have to keep changing it? And why is it that people that take these meds are super freaking strong? They have superhuman strength, superhuman hearing, superhuman this. Because could it be that the doctors have taken the superhuman DNA and added it in the medicine? Could it be? No. Because superhuman means not natural, not from this planet. Oh, okay, never mind. Because most of the people in mental institutions have superhuman strength because they're not in that body by themselves. But never mind. Deepest voice I ever heard was when I was alone. Your name was called often. Oh my God, before the meds and after. But now I know that's what it was. Listen, yes, I was forced to take ADHD meds and it was horrible. They made me like a zombie. The night I had intercourse with my spouse, a voice told me I was pregnant and it's a girl baby. Is that a demon? No, that happened to me too. Matter of fact, I just talked to my sister. My daughter about that last night. Y'all gonna stay on my business? No. With my second child, I knew the moment, and I was pregnant. No, yeah, knew that. He did too. He said, "Yeah, you're pregnant." I said, "Don't say that. I don't know any parts of it." But I felt it, and I knew it, baby. And 2 weeks later, I was vomiting. Just 2 weeks later, I was vomiting. My consciousness was sedated by the meds, and I could feel hot, almost burning sensation at once as it took over my body. The sulfur. I put my meds down my freshman year at WOIU. Come on, Kim. 2 years ago, I was sick. No meds. Great aunt told me I needed to take salt. She has been dead since 1992. Oh, hell no. Yeah, I don't talk to dead people. And they say you talk to Jesus, he's arisen. The dead has arisen. Jesus ain't dead. I don't want to know nothing. Because if the dead people knew so much, why are they dead? You didn't have the knowledge of your death. You couldn't stop that. Like, no, I don't want to talk to you. Yep, that be spirits, KT. When you hear your mama calling you, yeah, you didn't. So you're gonna tell me your future, but you couldn't tell yourself. Gone on somewhere. Gone on. A lot of things would happen to me on the medication, like my doors opening and closing. I already know because one of my nieces, she used to tell me when she was on the medicine, when she was like 14, this was in 2014, she said, Auntie, it's a demon standing behind you, and he told me don't listen to you. Or it's a demon standing at my mama door, and he keep telling me not to listen to you. And I was trying to tell her about how demons can affect her body and how, because she used to sleepwalk and stuff. And we would also wake up and it would be knives and screwdrivers by everybody. And she was like 10 or 11. Everybody wake up. She would wake up and like eat food. And they kept saying it was the medicine that made her sleepwalk. We get real life. This was in 2014, no joke. Drinks a lot, yep. No. No. He sleepwalks, yep. Yeah. Yeah. It's a real thing. Uh-huh. And you can't get to see him. Listen. It's a real thing. Well, I recently had a dream about my children in a fish pond with fish grays. 2 days later, I found out my friend is having a baby. I was stunned. Yeah. What about grown man bedwetting? Same thing. A lot of times, too, a lot of people don't want to talk about it, but a lot of men that were sexually assaulted as children, they haven't dealt with it, and so that chapter in their life has not been closed. This is adults, period. Because a lot of that do come from that. Because it's the same organ. I've been spiritually attacked every pregnancy. I start hearing and seeing things, having weird dreams. Yep, because demons can enter your children in vitro. What's the name? They can. This is why witches go and touch people's stomachs. Because, okay, understand this. The same way that the Holy Ghost, when old girl touched Mary's belly, and then John the Baptist was filled. The same way that the Holy Ghost can enter these babies in utero, it happens with evil spirits as well. This is why a lot of older women tell you don't let nobody touch your stomach. Because witches know. They know what to do. They can cast a spell on your baby while your baby is still in utero. And the sad part, okay, prime example. I told y'all, when my brother's life was stolen. 4 and 2, I had a dream. I had a few, April 2nd, got it. I had a dream a few days ago. He saved me from a tiger attack. Interesting. You said, yep, I didn't let my grandma touch my belly. Girl, it was a lot of people. Yeah. My mom didn't play that. She used to be like, don't be letting nobody touch your stomach. Yeah, because, okay, back in the day, our grandmas and great grandmas and stuff, they knew the witches was real. They tell he done been down there at that woman's house, and now his wife over there, and they done put her in the crazy house. Right? Certain stuff parents would not let you do. Grandmas wouldn't let you do. You couldn't go over certain people's house. They had all them bottles hanging on their tree with pictures in them. You couldn't go over there. How do you deal with infertility? I had an abortion. You need to read, it's a couple stories you can read. Mainly the story of Mary. I would read the story of the birth of Mary. Oh, it might not be time. Read the birth of Mary. You need to read the birth of Mary or the Protoevangelion. Literally go to Google real quick and look up the birth of Mary or the Protoevangelion. I believe that's how you say it. You need to read that like ASAP. You understand that it's when God wants the human to come and not you, right? Do y'all understand that? He got to wait for the right egg cycle because he knows the person that he wants to bring to his earth. He said, I formed you in your mother's womb. So people be getting so upset and sad and don't even realize it's not the egg cycle yet. This is how people will go and pay a whole bunch of money for infertility treatments and then like 5 years later have a baby naturally because it wasn't the egg cycle. He chooses. And most times he says if it takes a long time for a baby to come out of that womb, it's because he wants that baby is going to be a miracle. It's a miracle birth. And miracles don't happen. They do, but in order for it to be supernatural or otherworldly, certain things have to be in place for that to be a miracle. Stop stressing. When he's ready, not when you're ready. He brings the babies, not us. Because if that's the case, baby, son, I love you, but they probably wouldn't be here right now. Because I sure wouldn't have no kids with none of them daddies. Not a one. And they didn't hear me say, after they was grown. Because if I could have picked, it wouldn't have been the ones that I got. But then I wouldn't have got the kids that I got because God chose them. Protoevangelion. Just look up the birth of Mary, the mother of Jesus. Do you understand? But God knew the chromosomes, 23 and 23, or 32 and 32, or whatever it is. He knew. Because, baby, I should have been pregnant before my son. Guarantee I should have been pregnant. Sorry, son, I should have been pregnant. First time that I got with all they dad's protection or not, babe, something happened. And I was like, oh, hell no. But the person probably right before the daddy is probably who I wanted to have a kid with. You see what I'm saying? That didn't work out because God said who I formed you in your mother's womb. Do you realize how many people have to come together for you to come here? Do you realize how many migrations from the south, from the north, from Africa, from Asia, from here, from there, and then for somebody to get put out, for them to go and move to another state? You really don't, we as humans really don't understand. Yes, Protoevangelion with an N. It's spelled a little bit, just look up the birth of Mary, it's going to come up. The birth of Mary. What about having a baby without being married? God is the only person that gives life, because there are women that got married as virgins and they are still infertile. And you got people like me that started way before marriage, baby. Anybody have my two side? I have about 20 right now. So he chooses. He said, I formed you. Again, it didn't say into the married womb. He said, in your mother's. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Why would he let babies be born from sexual assault? Fertile murder, girl. If I didn't have this suicide, I'd be with one on my hip that ain't my grandbaby right now. I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, he know these stories already. He is. Right. God chose. If he formed you, it didn't say married or old. It didn't say what kind of womb. It just said, I formed you in your mother's womb. And we've already done this to those of you that might not know. We've already went, if you've never looked up the process of when the sperm gets into the egg and the zinc, the same exact thing that happened at the when God said let there be light happens every single time a baby is fertilized. It looks like an explosion and light is there. Do you understand? Without that light, you can try to fertilize as many eggs as you want. They're not going to fertilize. Until God puts that spark of electricity in there, nothing is going to happen. Because he gives life, not us. We are not life. We were given life. Oh yeah, Bree, go look it up. Go look. I'm gotta run to the bathroom. Y'all know I be drinking water and coffee. Go look up the moment of conception and see what it looked like. It looked just like the Big Bang Theory. I remember that live, Auntie, and it was beautiful to see. Yeah, go look it up real quick. It's quick. Go look it up. The same thing that happened at the Big Bang happens every time you get pregnant. And if that electric spark ain't there, those cells are not gonna multiply. Crazy, right? Y'all back? Did you see it? Yep, during my embryo implantation during IVF, I need you to talk to my baby. I saw the moment of conception. The spark was low and fake looking. With the two I lost, but with my son, the spark was bright and authentic. It was beautiful. See? You see? I told you. If God don't do it, it ain't gonna be done. They can try it like they did with the other two, but it didn't work. It was artificial. So even the clones, he let it be. Abortion is. It is. It's murder. No matter what nobody tell you, baby. And if you knew the penalty for that, it's a book that they took out of the Bible. It says that the women, if that's what you go to hell for, now God has given us all forgiveness, but it said if that's what you go to hell for, you're going to be swimming in, you know what they do to the babies. That is what you will swim in for eternity. The remnants of the babies. Literally, no joke. We read it. Okay. Yep, my sister wants to do that for a boy, and I already told her how it was wrong. She still won't. You just tell God. Just don't do it. Repentance is an about face. To repent just means you're not going to do it anymore. That's what repentance is. Repentance just means doing an about face and not going down that road no more. Simple as that. God, I'm sorry. I didn't know no better. Some people's parents forced them. It was not their choice, but they have to wear the guilt and the shame of it. Okay? The child. And then 2-3 years later, when they wilding out, giving their body to whoever, on drugs or whatever. Yeah, I mean, you do. In your prayers, you're declaring it, pumpkin. If you write it in your journal, if you get on your knees and say, God, Right. The parent don't have to wear, they didn't want to wear the shame of watching their baby have a poked out stomach, but they don't care about leaving their child with the shame of what they had to do. Hearing babies cry. I heard a lot of people, you dealt with that at 19. I know a lot of people. I've counseled a lot of people, y'all. They hear babies crying and they sleep and it wakes them up. That's the devil tormenting them. They see little babies running around, or the devil continually brings the day. It's torment. And it was forced. Because think about this. Our court system is built off of God's court system. Ours is just corrupt because everything in the earth is corrupt. Okay? It messed you up for years. I know a lot of people that did, baby. I'm trying to tell you. I know people that still messed up right now. Because their parents made them. And they didn't want to. And they made them. They couldn't live with it. And it messed their heads up. Because the parents didn't want to be embarrassed. The church folks, worst culprits. So that's why when they get to talking about, oh, this person is a rug addict or alcoholic, and you a murderer, you're a serial unaliver. Because you made both of your daughters do whatever. You're in God's court, you're going to be held as an accessory to that crime. So it's on your rap sheet as well. You forced. Magic is forcing someone. You took the control of another person. God don't even do that. So again, it's a lot of people embarrassed, worried about what the pastor's going to say, but they not worried about what Jesus said about life. You threw your life away. How when God gave them life? Make it make sense. They teaching against the word of God. I had one that ended the relationship 10 years later, got back with the same person and had a son. Come on. And no pregnancy in between. Come on. And probably was getting it in and still couldn't get pregnant because that was the person God wanted you to have a child with. And some people have them and they never able to have kids because God, you don't know how many kids God promised you. You realize that, right? And each egg has a different genetic makeup. Do you understand that? So what if God only gave you 2 kids and you had 2 abortions? And then you say, I'm infertile. No, God only gave you 2 babies and you were supposed to have them when you had them. You don't know how many kids that God promised you. If he only gave you 1 child and that was going to be the 1 child that takes care of you and you got rid of it, then that is your one child. So you're not infertile. He just only promised you one. He never told you how many times you were going to replicate. And so people take God's work into their own hands and then be mad. Well, he never told you how many kids you was going to have. You just assumed because you have a period every month that you're going to have another one. That's not true. That's how I be feeling. And it be eating me up inside, the thought of that. It's a real thing. I haven't aborted but miscarried several times. I always see the shadow of a kid since in every house we have lived in. Hubby, kids have seen it too. I'm trying to tell y'all. Thank you. From my testimony, the little spirit I got free from was causing your miscarriages. Yeah. It's a real thing. My daughter had a baby by my husband and son, and she was ashamed, and I told her, God, wait a minute. My daughter had a baby by my husband's son, and she was ashamed, and I told her, God didn't make no mistakes. Don't. That's like Deja and Antoine. Baby, I'll be ready to snap. And do be under their comments. Good thing y'all not God. Good thing y'all not God, because you don't choose. Because what if you knew your baby was going to be nonverbal? Should they have not been here? Are you a horrible parent because your baby came nonverbal and you let them go ahead and be born? You didn't know. And even if they did know, if God let that spark happen, God did not say you choose. He said, I chose you before I formed you in your mother's womb. Not the pastor, not the doctors, not the people on TikTok. Took several Plan Bs and still got pregnant. Come on. That baby, y'all putting y'all you got your nose in business that's above your pay grade, honey. Your mom tried to abort you and you didn't work. Girl, my mama was on hope. Listen, they hid me. Because she said, baby, you better be happy. They kept telling me I wasn't pregnant. I knew I was pregnant. They didn't tell my mom I was pregnant until I was 5 months in there. Blood tests, everything. I was with the cryptic pregnancy. Dang near. Yeah, that was me. It was. She kept telling them, I know I'm pregnant. They kept saying, we know you're not. But if she was, I think she was going to go on and take me down through here. You see what's here? I said, not this one. I bet you don't. Listen. God told me how many kids and about marriage. It all came true. Pretty cool. But you might be one of the only ones, girl. Let me see. Let's see. I was with my friend when she had her first abortion, and even with the pill, you can tell the pain was excruciating. It still bothers me, yeah. My mom took my sister at 14 to the clinic, and she's 38 and been having abortions like nothing and feel nothing. Yep, I know somebody like this about it and won't use protection. It makes me so mad. Yep, I know. And they become serial unalivers. The devil don't care. It's still serial unaliver. That's a serial unaliver. Crazy thing is, my mom knows Antoine. That's her homeboy. They've known each other for over 20 years. Girl would tell her I be fighting for the homeboy. Dude, be under there talking good and crazy to people. They removed one of my ovaries and it didn't have a cycle for 16 years. Okay. People become, yeah, she was going to take me down through there, girl. And was. I know plenty of people, their parents made them do it once, and baby, they had like 20 kids. I'm talking about, some of my family was getting pregnant 3-4 times a year. Doubles. It started from being one to then everybody, like they was all getting pregnant with doubles, then triples. Okay. Oh, okay, you going to get rid of them, I'm going to give you 2. You going to get rid of this one, I'm going to give you 3. Like literally, I was like, yeah. Well, in real life. In real life. And I'm not talking against nobody here. But I told y'all the story about a family member recently that their girlfriend kept getting pregnant. And the mama kept saying, y'all ain't ready for no kids. So the lady kept getting, he died. And he died with no children. God knew that he was going to die. So you know what he did? He kept letting her get pregnant because he was the only child his father had, and he was the mom's youngest son. And now they have absolutely no lineage to remember him by because he died young. All the tests told my mom she wasn't pregnant. Blood tests included. I think they had caught it if my nana would have made her abort me. My mom was 17. I knew I was pregnant, but they didn't find her until late November, and she was born in April. I was one of them. Do I believe that kids born out of wedlock have more issues than kids born into marriage? No. Because I know people, I just told you, I know people that got married as virgins and their first kid they have is sick. It don't, again, before the sin even happened, God knew if he was going to put a body in there. All my kids are born out of wedlock. But I still know people that got married as virgins and all of their kids is sick. Or they was married when they had their kids and all their kids is bubble kids. Every last one of them. God chooses. But understand this too. Is it Peter or Paul, y'all? Is it Peter, daughter? Peter I think it's Peter. If I'm not, y'all know I be getting them mixed up. I think it's Peter. Peter's daughter has cerebral palsy. A bubble kid is a sick kid that got to be in the hospital and they got all the medicines and machines. I used to call them bubble kids because her kids couldn't go outside. They was allergic to everything. They was bubble kids. Had to live in a bubble. Every time I've had a miscarriage, I feel horrible, like I did something wrong. Yeah, no. You ain't. Peter. Okay, so Peter's daughter had cerebral palsy. And so the people, because Peter was healing people with the gift of the Holy Ghost, and they said, you walking around laying hands on everybody else. How about you lay hands on your daughter that has cerebral palsy? He said, but why you're in my business? Let me tell you a little story. And I'm paraphrasing. When me and my wife got pregnant with my daughter, God let an angel come and tell us that if she wasn't this way, she would cause men to lose their souls. It was going to be a whole bunch of people messed up if she was whole. So God asked us basically, would you rather her come here with cerebral palsy and it's a way that she can get into heaven and other people can get into heaven? Or do you want her to come here whole and she's going to be hell on wheels? In real life, this is a real story. Is it Paul and Andrew? Paul and somebody. Peter and Andrew. I can't remember which lost book it is. Yeah. The angel came and said she gonna be sick, but her soul will make it to heaven. A soul snatcher. This. So I'm gonna ask you as a parent: would you rather your child be whole and go to hell, or would you rather your child be, they call it lame back then, or disabled and make it to heaven? Which would you choose? I'm gonna put it to you. Which one would you choose? If God came to you and told you your baby was gonna be sick, but they would make it to heaven, which one would you want? Or nope, they can have all of their members fully functional, but they're definitely going to hell, and they're gonna cause other people to go to hell too. What would you do? What would you choose? And you pregnant, the baby ain't got here yet. What would you choose? I'm asking. I want to know. What would you choose? You would let your baby come here sick because you know for a fact they going to heaven. Oh, okay. You said, shucks, I'm living it. Okay. Okay. You would choose your baby you would rather your baby at the end of their life go to heaven. Oh, okay. My son has autism, and if it was my choice, I'd choose him with autism because I'd rather have my son in heaven. Come on. That's okay. Because it's always easy to talk about what and who and why and this and that until you don't know. Well, I never thought about it like that. It's a real good story, Keish. Peter, and then, because remember he told us, just since you know God is a healer, he said, get up, daughter, and thy infirmities be off thee. And she got up. She had never walked. She had really bad cerebral palsy. She had never walked. She got up, walked to her daddy. He said, y'all see God as a healer? Oh, okay. Your infirmities be back on thee. And she went and laid back down, and she was crumpled back up. And this is a real story. You can read it yourself. And these are the stories that should have been in the Bible, because there will be people They be thinking that they did something wrong when they baby come out a certain way. But guess what? God knew. I told y'all this story. Some of y'all might not have heard this story. So, in what you call it? Girl, you just made me forget, Samantha, what I was about to say. My autistic son about to graduate high school. Come on. You just made me forget what I was about to say, Samantha. Interesting. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Oh, okay. Thank you, Dad. Okay. So, a church I used to go to back in the early 2000s, there was a lady there. Okay? And something had happened to her son that was like 2 years old. I don't know if he got hit by a car or something. And he died, and then they brought him back. Well, Mom, who was filled with the Holy Ghost, was praying to God, God, please bring my baby back. Please bring my baby back. He came back. And when he was 17 years old, he killed like 3 or 5 people and then committed suicide. And she said she wished she would have let God take her baby when he was 2. Because she knows what happened when you unalive yourself, and she also knows what happened when you unalive other people. So God was trying to take the route with the least amount of casualties. He's always going to do that. One of my aunties needs to hear that she blames having my cousins at an older age for her disability. In real life. And I heard this story. This was like around when I was 23 and I'm 45. So it was roughly 20 years ago. God knows. Because which would you rather live with? Missing your son or knowing that your son caused other people to die and then unalived himself? But God honored her prayer and brought him back. But 15 years later, we think we know because of what we see right now today and what we feel right now today, but God sees the future. And some things that we don't like happening right now are for the best. You hear me? In real life. In real life. So you have to understand, you don't know. Tell me what you're going to be doing 1 hour exactly from now. You can't. You don't even know what you're going to be thinking 1 hour from now. You don't even know if you're going to be breathing. Hey, Pumpkin. You don't even know if you're going to be breathing 1 hour from now. You don't. Plenty of people lay down and they don't wake up. And they had all kind of plans for tomorrow. You hear me? But God knows what exactly what I'm going to be saying in 1 hour from whatever time it is right now. He know what I'm going to be doing 4.5 hours. If I'm going to be in my bed asleep or if I'm going to be on the phone with one of my... He knows. So this is why you have to ask him, what do you want me to do? If this is the lot that you laying in front of me, help me be okay with it. That's the prayer I pray. Because I can want what I want, and what I want is going to cause more problems later. In real life. You can want what you want, but you don't know what it's going to cause you later. I'm okay. And it took me a long time, but now I be like, I don't know. Whatever he going to do. Because I don't want what I want, because what I want could cause more problems. So I just want what you want me to have, and that's what I want. For real. Being able to accept God's will in your life, hard. Hard. But it's worth it. Because he is going to always give you better than what you thought you were going to have. Case in point. And I can get to picking up stuff in here. And I ain't even just like, listen, you're welcome. Yeah. I just deal with the pain and going through because I know it's going to be better on the other side. Mm-hmm. I honestly thought that if someone had a special needs kid, it was because there was some sin or demonic spirits attached to the family, but I never thought that it could be, yeah, listen, and this is not against nobody. Baby, I done met some disabled people, baby, mean as hell. I mean, and like their bodies don't move, but baby, their mouth spit fire. Their thoughts are evil at all times. They be bitter. And I'm not saying all, but y'all know, if you didn't work in healthcare around just because they body don't move don't mean they mind don't work. What if God allowed their body not to work because he knew if they body worked the way they evil mind think, it wouldn't be nothing that could stop them. If they legs work, they might have been kicking everybody's teeth out. Like, you think you know, but you don't. Yes. Yes. Just because, what that mean? Look at Stephen Hawkins. Hello. His body didn't work. That don't mean his mind wasn't crazy. Smart, one of the smartest men on the planet. His body just don't work, but he got a super brain. Make it make sense. It's a real thing. Yep, that's my sister-in-law. She can't walk and have hatred for you if you say something simple that offends her. I'm trying to tell you. And that hatred still would have been there. But she would have been able to do something about it. That's why I said, like, people, again, Gypsy, Rose, and Stephen Hawking went to the island. Of course he did. You don't think he was calling up some spirits to try to heal his body magically with the knowledge he got? Oh, okay. He the one that looking in the dark holes and stuff, trying to open up the dark holes, the portals, so he could be a super. Come on, Gypsy Rose. She didn't have all of those, but she did have some. And look at what happened. Prime example. I know for sure God honored that woman's prayers. We see proof of him hearing and heeding the cries of moms and women. Listen, in real life. In real life. He stayed bringing people's sons back from the dead. This. He heard her cry. And that baby came back. But 15, 16 years later, she had to deal with a whole nother level of grief and shame and whatever else. And then she wished she would have just let him go when he was 2 or 3. I can't remember exactly, but he was under 4 for sure. So. And yeah, we talk about heavy stuff over here, but it's life for real. And hopefully y'all eyes have been open to another point of view. Because we be thinking we know and we don't. We don't. Because I used to be mad at God because he gave me all these kids so young, because everybody around me made it feel like it was a bad thing. But I realized that God was keeping me out the streets because the devil wanted my life, because he knew I was going to be doing things like this and taking a message not just to a small group of people but to the world. in real life. But my kids kept me in the house so that the devil couldn't take my life. You said what? Oh, okay. Young too. I got pregnant at 16. When my baby was hospitalized, I wailed like I never had wailed before, and my baby was stable. I told God, you said when I'm convinced this child will live and not die, and he listened. In real life. In real life. You know, I went through some things with my children. You know, I showed y'all the inside of my baby's skull, remember? I know. My daughter died at the age of 8 on her birthday, and I prayed for God to bring her back, and he did. Okay. It's a real thing. Who learned something today? Raise your hand. I was pregnant at 16. This part. Me too, Miss Ida. Anybody learn something today? I ain't going to keep y'all. We've been on here 260 minutes. And I can talk to y'all, but I'm going to go find me some food real quick. Maybe jump in the shower, and then I'll come back. We can continue this if y'all give me about an hour or so. Maybe 45 minutes. Let me find me something, eat some yogurt, take a shower, and then I'll come back. And we can finish. Y'all want to finish? We ain't did one of these in a long time. But I think it's important. Okay, so give me about 45 minutes. I'm going to call my daughter back, take a shower. I'll be right back, Queen. I'm going to just take a shower and eat something because I ain't ate nothing since yesterday. Well, same thing happened to me. I had my kids young, and now I can't have any. God knew best. I'm trying to tell you. Well, if I got these tubes untied, I might be able to, but I ain't even thinking about it. God, I'm okay with the ones you gave me. You been in the yard all day. That's all right. You been working. You been working. Yep, I'm about to shower. You said in the shower now. Yep. I'm going to make me a hot link. Oh, I ain't had a hot link in a minute with some mayonnaise and a little bit of mustard down that split. Baby, listen. On some white bread, too. I'll take it. I like it on wheat bread real good when it's warm. Oh, I ain't had a hot link in forever. Do you peel the skin off or do you cook it hard? Or do you peel the skin off and then fry it hard with a little oil on it so you got the black marks on it? I might have to go into the store and get me some. Nigga, we can't never get out of here when I talk about food. Because, baby, listen, I ain't had a hot link in a minute. Listen, I am hungry. I'm about to go. I'm just going to eat some yogurt, though. I'm not going to eat nothing heavy right now. I've been having indigestion. Oh, I do got some chicken that I made the other day. I might go and warm that up. Listen, a hot link with some mayonnaise. Just a light coating. Not Miracle Whip. Mayonnaise. Baby, hit it with a little pepper. I cook it whole and fry it till it's got some good black on it, and then split it down the middle. That's exactly what I do, yeah. They don't take that long because I'm already seeing buds today. Did you see my buds on my plant? I sent you screen the one of them. If you look right in the little, like the little joint right here, you're gonna see a little bitty thing that look like I peed. They already growing. And I planted them, a month ago when I told y'all or something like that. They don't take that long. Go on to the store and get the already dead plants. Mine been out there about a month. And my Brussels sprouts already starting to form. You like yours with syrup? I didn't have them with syrup. Yep, I didn't have them with syrup on them too. Yeah. Half. Fry hard with a little bit of syrup on them. I didn't have them. That's country too. But they eat them for breakfast, so that makes sense because they'll eat them with some pancakes. I seen them. I was close to buying something. You should. Because they'll still grow into the wintertime. I did my first, what's the names in Indy? And they were still growing, like, come October, they were still moving around. Because I planted late. I didn't plant then until, like, the middle of May, beginning of June. And they still sprouted and did what they was going to do. Snow took your plants out? Oh, no. Mustard. Yeah. I eat them with mustard, too. Anyway. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all in a minute. Let me go call my baby back. And then. I need to go get in the shower, too. Okay. You'll be there tomorrow? Yep. It's real good, girl. And I don't even like white bread, but I will eat it with a hot link. And I really prefer it to come from a man that got on the sandals in a linen suit. And he got a truck back there that he had got to keep going and getting the hot links out of to put on the grill. Them be the best ones. On the corner at the liquor store or something. He going to be out there Friday. He might have a rib special too. And let it soak up the grease, baby. And then you just take that last bite. Be so good. Oh, not the food truck now. We didn't have food, but not a food, but Basically, it was what a food truck used to be because the grill and everything used to be on the back. He was hauling it. That was my uncle. I'm talking about my uncle right now. Listen, I'm talking about my uncle, baby. He'll barbecue a whole pig, a whole sow. What you mean? Bust that baby down, baby. Meat falling off the bone. You trying to reach in there and get it. What you mean? Ooh. I'm about to go. Let me go eat and take a shower. I'll be back. Goodness.